Thanks, everybody. Warm welcome to all of you for joining us here at the center stage of Jumpstarter 2023 Tech by the Harbor. Now, just to introduce myself, my name is MC Melody Kwan, and I will be your MC for this whole entire journey. Now, while Jumpstarter has been a pretty popular event since 2017, I am extremely delighted to see a wonderful mix of familiar as well as some new faces that's among us. Welcome, everybody. And while many of you are quite familiar with the Jumpstarter overall, however, I would still like to take a moment to provide an overview for some of our new friends that's joining us to this exciting event today. Before I get started, everybody, let's just give everybody a big round of applause. Thank you so much for coming. And everybody outside, thank you so much for watching. It's a lot of fun, by the way. So feel free to join us. Yes, and for those of you who's getting married, congratulations. And so just about Jumpstarter. So this is a not-for-profit initiative that's powered by the Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund with the goal of assisting the entrepreneurs as well as our young people that is here in Hong Kong to jumpstart their dreams by boosting the Hong Kong startup ecosystem that we have. So therefore, we organize the Global Pitch Competition and the Jumpstarter Grand Finale almost every year. Now, the most notable difference this year is that we have moved our center stage outside, as you can see, with the stunning Victoria Harbour serving as our perfect natural backdrop. Now, this year's event has grown significantly. That is becoming a more significant event that now takes place alongside the stunning Tsim Sha Tsui harbourfront. Now, we're also extremely thrilled to introduce you to the captivating Future Museum that is located at the K11 Museum, a fascinating art tech park in front of the clock tower that's over there. Now, there's also robot parades that's touring various locations across Hong Kong. So everyone, do keep your eyes open and, of course, keep our ears peeled for what's about to happen today. And also, the Start Me Up networking event is now underway at the Serenade. Now, through the events, we hope to connect the startups, connect the investors, as well as the industry leaders. Therefore, we also wanted to encourage the general public to explore the exciting world of technology and startups and learn where they can, make these very remarkable impact in our lives with their innovation. So do keep an eye, because sometimes it looks like it's invisible, but it's really changing our lives. Now, everyone, please put your hands together and introduce the driving force behind it all. We have Ms. Cindy Chow, CEO and Executive Director of Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, to join us today to give us the opening remarks. Thank you so much, Cindy.
Thanks, Melody. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed partners, distinguished guests. I'm so happy that this year's Jumpstarter, we are in front of the beautiful city line of Hong Kong. And of course, we are very blessed that the sun is shining on us. Hopefully, it's not too bright, especially for ladies. So first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the entrepreneurs that are here today with us, and also those who have joined the competition around the world. You are not only entrepreneurs, but also the hope for our future. You guys have worked so hard and put everything into your ideas and your ventures. So your determination, resilience, as well as your passion have allowed you to succeed and also make an impact to the society. So salute to all of you. And I also would like to acknowledge all the partners that have been helping us to put this Jumpstarter together. Without your ceaseless support, I don't think we can put this thing together. So to all our sponsors, speakers, judges, mentors, and investors, thank you. Thank you for believing in us and also believing in our startups and investing into them. Your guidance, resources, and expertise are so invaluable and have nurtured these companies into the enterprises they are today. And Jumpstarter, as Melody just mentioned, is not just a competition. we believe that it is a platform that helps startups to connect to the global marketplace. And for Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, we advocate innovation and technology. And we believe that through this large-scale events, we can inspire more people to think about the future, not only Hong Kong, but also for the world. So in the next few days, we have lined up a very exciting program for you. You'll be listening to global leaders and also startups at this very stage. So hopefully, I hope you can enjoy the program. No matter you are here to look for the next gem to invest or just to learn, be open to more conversations and to connect for the long term. And I hope you can also embrace the spirit of collaboration together with us. Last but not least, I would like everyone to put your hands together and to thank the team that is behind all the programs. We don't have a big team, but they all work tirelessly for the last few months to put this together. So my team, Grace, Teddy, Sharon, Dawn, Vicky, and also our interns, Kelly, Marie, Jason, Morris. Did I miss anyone? Oh, and also people, of course. So thanks once again for your help. I know you guys have worked days and nights. I will make sure that I will buy you a big dinner after the event. So without further ado, let's the program begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Please be seated. Yes, everyone, let's buckle up. Let's get ready and embark on this exhilarating journey together and imagine the future together. Now, everyone, please direct your attention to the screen right here. There will be a QR code. And what is the point of this QR code? Is because throughout our discussions today, we do welcome questions. So please do scan it. If you have any questions, please do submit it over there. And our moderator, as well as our speakers or panelists, will address it when they get a chance. So everyone, let's kickstart today's panels by looking at the dynamic duel. What's a dynamic duel? Does anyone know? It's the AI and the blockchain, basically, what everyone's talking about nowadays, right? So it's AI, blockchain, they're both the breakthrough technologies that have enabled the seemingly impossible. So when I say that, we actually ponder on one question is, will they be able to form a harmonious union, creating pretty much what we called a tech heaven, a tech heaven. Is that possible? A match made in tech heaven. Well, will that be possible and bring us more possibilities is the question. So everyone, let's extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers who will share their insights on this topic. Allow me to introduce them on stage. And everyone, please put your hands together for them. Mr. Kevin Piera, Managing Director, Blue Artificial Intelligence. Please board the stage. Thank you. Ms. Charlotte Wong, Chief Information Officer, HSBC Hong Kong. Please join us. Mr. Jupiter Zhang, partner of HashKey Capital, as well as Ms. Angie Lau, co-CEO and editor-in-chief of Forecast Labs, who will moderate the discussions. All right, everyone, please get comfortable. See that you got your beverage ready, and I'll hand the stage over to you. Thank you all.
Melody, thank you so much. And thank you to Alibaba Entrepreneur Fund. Thank you to Cindy Chow. And thank you to all of you. I mean, what a great way to spend an afternoon in Hong Kong because if you think about it, this city is truly at the epicenter, east and west. The cross-section of cultures, the cross-section of talent, and the cross-section of technology. It is where I spent the last decade, and as I traverse the world, and as all of you traverse the world, we are now also seeing the emergence of incredible technology called AI and blockchain, a match made truly in tech heaven. I hope you guys are okay. I'm gonna make eye contact with all of you, not to be rude. 謝謝. 唔該晒，多謝晒你. Okay, very good. But as Cindy said, yes, for the ladies is a little bright. Okay, because you guys are superstars. Your sun is shining very bright on us right now. So let's get started. Look, forecast started in 2018. We were at the cusp of something that we thought was really incredible, which was the application of blockchain in not only just the crypto sphere and the metasphere, but also the real sphere. Okay, let's talk about that. But we also felt that the emergence of other technologies was really going to blossom into something that we would see over the next decade. And so here we are. And so let's get you familiar with the audience and vice versa. And Kevin, I want to start with you. You know, from your perspective, from your very specific perspective in AI, it can't just be a silo technology. There's so many contextual things that it can unleash. What is that for you?
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Kevin Pereira. Just maybe a quick intro to myself, but I work at a company called Blue Artificial Intelligence, where we do AI consulting and also AI education. And I also teach at HKU and HKUST, so I'm a part-time professor over there. So I come from the AI space, so I'll answer this question a little bit from the AI angle. So when I think of AI, AI is really about taking data, using that in a smart way to get good insights, right? And for me, blockchain is really about the storage and collection of that data. So it kind of works hand in hand with each other. So when I kind of think about the concept, for me, it's really data on one side with blockchain, and then AI analyzing that data. And what I'm really excited about is when I think about blockchain and we kind of see what are use cases that blockchain is looking at, you often find that a lot of blockchain solutions tend to look at the blockchain trilemma, right? So the idea where you have decentralization, you have security, and then you also have scalability. And I think from an AI perspective, AI is great maybe at or useful in terms of with blockchain. They're a good combo for the scalability part and also for the security part. So I'm very excited to see those combinations address use cases that address those areas.
Okay, so you're thinking about AI, you're thinking about applying it in use case. Now, Jupiter, you come from HashKey. This is one of the most prolific firms in crypto, in blockchain. How do you think about, from your perspective in this technology, as you apply, new emerging technology like AI?
Thank you. This is Jupiter from HashKey. So we've been doing blockchain crypto spaces for many years. And definitely we see a lot of progress in Web3 and blockchain, especially given the GPT-3, GPT-4's mass adoption. We see more and more the combination between AI and blockchain, especially in the use cases. So in the past, I think most of the use cases regarding the blockchain are isolated from others. But nowadays, with AI, it can bring something that like to magically combine different applications together by leveraging the computational power of AI. And also AI itself is also a powerful tool for creator economy, gig economies. Especially, I think maybe a combination may come from the creators that his working powers are from AI, but their incentive programs are coming from blockchain and Web3.
Yeah.
But they can be combined very naturally in the future. And also they can providing some rare tools of AI to different peoples. So I think the emerging trend is much more significant than before. So that's the one I take. Yeah, thank you.
Let me ask the audience real quick. How many of you are familiar with blockchain? Raise of hands. Okay, because you guys are the smartest bunch of people I know. How many people are familiar with artificial intelligence? Okay, all right, okay. How many of you bank? Okay, it should be everybody. Okay, come on now. So now Charlotte Wong is having a little bit of a heart attack because she's like, how many people bank? It should be everybody. At HSBC, this is your crowd. They're familiar with the technology. They're familiar with AI. They're familiar with blockchain conceptually. They bank. How do you think about all three of those things from your perspective?
That's almost heart attack. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, everybody bang, right? So this is Charlotte. I'm the Chief Information Officer of HSBC Hong Kong. When we think about the three things, first of all, on blockchain, we do CBDC. We just actually finished a pilot with retail e-Hong Kong dollar couple months ago with the HMA. We have actually tokenized real world assets. We tokenized gold. We announced it like a couple of weeks ago. We have tokenized bond with the government. We actually use blockchain for financial product. We tokenize them. And then from an AI point of view, we use AI to help us on efficiency gain. So not a very actually good use case for financial institution is about fraud detection. So how do I actually detect if actually someone sending a payment from here to there, whether it's a money laundering or not? And also, I was being like quite pleased about how HSBC do a fraud detection. I was traveling using my card in Taiwan last 2 days, and I'm trying to make an international payment, Singapore dollar. They pop up and say, hey, we think that's a fraud transaction, Charlotte. So we use actually AI to do these things. But then this is like how banking institution use the two things. But then when we bring all three things together, we try to marry three things together. The one thing that we are still trying to make sure that we get it right on AI is actually to make sure the data fitting in the model is correct. So we also talk about rubbish in, rubbish out, right? We are a highly regulated industry. You guys, money and assets with us. You don't want us to pay around that randomly, right? And the one thing we want to make sure when we use the AI model to serve you guys is the data is correct. Then how blockchain ensuring the data the privacy, the data accuracy is actually correct. It's actually where I see we could actually have a potential use case to bring the two things together.
How do you think about, and this is for everybody, how do you think about AI unleashing the data sets that are so valuable in blockchain? We talked about it a little bit before we met together here on stage. You know, part of the discussion was if it's about data, you know, the Web 2 version has really siloed those experiences for you. You know, you're in a silo experience with a certain data set, with a certain service provider, and that's it. AI really unlocks everything. What is the potential here as we're going to be able to see it from your point of view? I mean, you're one of the pioneers. How is it going to be unlocked, the value for everybody here?
Go ahead.
Kevin, why don't you start?
Okay, sure. So, you know, I feel like I could talk about this for hours. So let me just pick one or two interesting use cases, right, where I think it's going to be unlocked. So I think number one, if we start to think of AI as like a tool to achieve an objective, the interesting question becomes, where do we see opportunities for that? If I just reflect on, you know, clients that are coming to us, what are they talking to us about? One area is personalization, right? So I'm sure many of you have heard about it. And I think generally when AI knows a lot about you, it starts to be able to give you good recommendations, right? That's kind of the whole point. So in theory, if we could use the data that at times is a little bit, you know, at times maybe it's not necessarily something that you want everybody to know, but you just want the AI to go there, look at it just initially, and then give you some good personalized recommendations, that could be interesting, right? So if we think about a combination, if we think about personalization, if we use blockchain and we understand how a product is created, and the AI can go and look at that, it can then give you much better recommendations because it knows the process, it knows the ingredients that have been used to create that specific product. And so there, in the area of personalization, I think that's one really big area. That's a good combination for the two.
When you think about personalization, right, it feels like, oh, wow, that's great, until you realize somebody knows every single thing about me, probably knows more about me than me, and it gets concerns about privacy. But this is also the potential of where blockchain comes in.
Yeah, I think for blockchain, naturally it is a distributed database. So blockchain is all about data. So and all the data are created by the users. So and not to the the sense we're making that all the chain's data are transparent to the public. So basically speaking, if you're using the blockchain, you have permitted to expose your data to the public. But the actual thing is the data on blockchain is so much. So you don't have the tools to analyze it. Even you got the data, for example, you can have the blockchain or Bitcoin data from the day it is in subscription from 2008. but the whole database is quite large. And not all the data are valuable, right? We need the valuable data, not all the data. So I think AI will be providing some tools to help us to filter the data, to create or retrieve the value from the database as from the massive, the seed of the data. But actually, if you want to use blockchain, everybody has been acknowledged that if we want to use blockchain, I will contribute my data to the blockchain. So it will be make the blockchain more valuable. You are the stakeholder, right? So everybody using the same tools, you're a stakeholder, and then you leverage your data, and the data can be leveraged by others to create a more useful product, or more the data can be using an easier way. For example, in blockchain, the wallet is not very easy to use, right? But in the future, with the help with AI, we can use a more like Web2 style app for applications for the users. So I think it's a compromise or trade-off between if you really want to use blockchain, and if but there are some tools can providing you to expose your data to be public to the mass audience. But in another way, you can also expose your data. So I think it's how you want to contribute to the communities, and AI just opened the door for that.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, one of the most exciting things I think that blockchain really unlocks for individuals is that we can be gatekeepers to our own data sets, and we can permission big companies, pharmaceutical company, insurance company, or whatever it is, to tap into my personal data as part of a valuable group of data. I could strip away my personal information, and then whatever it is that I care to share, and then actually be rewarded for it, be paid for it. But the thing is, AI actually accelerates the ability of firms to be able to aggregate data that I choose to contribute, data that you choose to contribute, and then make it meaningful back to us. It's kind of like how do you think about that?
So because we all are talking about trust, right? We as a bank, we build trust with our customer. You bank with us because you trust us to actually put your assets with us. So blockchain definitely help us on that in an efficient way. And how AI is actually helping us on efficiency. I always try to bring all the tokenized product and assets back to the real world and say, should it be your own data stored in blockchain? Should it be your currency? Should it be your gold, your assets, your bond, and everything else? When you have these and you just see them like your normal bank account, your transaction, your credit card statement, when you overlay the AI efficiency and the intelligence over them, we get better product. So I don't sell you something you don't need. So when I say, you know what, I think you need that tokenized bond, it's actually easier for you to trade the assets in that way, so you make more money. Your target is actually for retirement. That's actually what we analyze for you. So I always try to tie to your real life example, your real life lead for a banking service and product into how we apply AI to actually make it even more tailor-made without losing the privacy and confidentiality. I think that's actually an exciting time.
And so it really kind of opens the door to kind of private applications, to public sector applications. But then, how do you think about it and how should even regulators think about it? How, from a society's point of view, should we regard how AI should be governed, used, regulated, especially as it magnifies something that is already very murky when it comes to regulations, which is crypto and blockchain. So how should we be thinking about that as a group? How do you all think about that?
Maybe I start, right? I'm being the regulator. Well, you as well, right? Actually being the regulated one here. If you see what the HMA and the SFC, the two main regulators in Hong Kong, published a joint statement around FinTech Week, we want to regulate we call it tokenized assets and all these instrument in the same way as normal instrument, because it's the only way you educate your retail investor of what they are about. It's the only way that you say that when you invest in a stock, when you invest in a tokenized gold, when you invest in a tokenized bond, these are everything you need to understand before you invest. So I personally will say regulation is good. Regulation help us to actually make it even more like widespread, because people understand it rather than afraid of it. So that's one. We don't yet in Hong Kong have regulation on AI yet, but if you see what EU is doing early of the year, so actually putting on EU regulation about ethical use of AI. So my personal way is actually, if we go into that direction, like how we regulate crypto, or not crypto, how we regulate tokenized product, then we actually accelerate the adoption and the trust by general public. We have all the smart people here, but we also have people who don't understand yet. If we get that regulation, then we accelerate the adoption and people are not afraid of it. And that will actually be where, the marriage come together happily ever forever.
So my take is, for my own understanding regarding the regulation is, they just regulate some definite activities. For example, you're trading with some financial tools, you're providing some lending, saving product for the users. So the regulation is just to avoid the participant to doing some malfunction activities towards the retail users or to the public. So I think their scope is regarding the financial products. But for AI, if they're just pure technologies, I think there's movements to regulate AI in some way, or 10 years, 20 years. But nowadays, the financial world, there's still some gap between financial regulations and AI regulation. But actually, I think the AI has some ethical boundaries we need to pay attention to, especially the boundary between human and AI is becoming more opaque. They need to tackle this problem in the future. But nowadays, we still, with the progress of AI like GPT-4 and GPT-5, we still see a potential exponential increase in AI. So the for the final status of AI, still not that mature. So the regulation need to be pushed by the innovations. So we maybe see in 20 years or 30 years, we see some regulation to regulate AI. This is my personal take, yeah.
Yeah, maybe AI will regulate all of us. But anyway, no comment. But Kevin, you probably had a lot of comments about that. And how do we educate ourselves? How do we prepare for this world of regulations? How do we create those boundaries and those guidelines for us so that we can traverse this new emerging technology in a way that we can confidently say that we are better for it?
No, great question, right? So, let me start to answer that question by just asking a question to the audience here. But when you guys use an app or any new service, how many of you read the terms and conditions? Okay, basically we got nothing. Okay, and again, that's not surprising, right? Because we do actually see that quite a bit. So I think the first thing on an individual level, I think we need to become much more cognizant of what data are we actually giving to different companies when we say yes to using their services, okay? And this doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't give them any data, just understand that it's a transaction. So if I'm gonna use this service for free, I'm maybe not paying with it, I'm not paying money for it, but I might be paying with it with my data, right? So just keep that in mind. I think awareness and education is sort of step number one there. In terms of the regulatory part, just from an AI perspective, we're seeing quite a few different regulators adopt different approaches. Maybe two that I'll just pull out for discussion purposes. I definitely agree the EU one is very interesting because what they're trying to do there is they're trying to look at your AI application and see whether it's a high risk, medium risk, or low risk. And then based on that bucketing, they have a different set of regulations. So that's regulating on the application layer, which is interesting. Over in the US, just in the last sort of week or so, they've come out with some more sort of potential AI regulations there. And there they're trying to regulate by how much computing power you're using, sort of more on the lower end in terms of the foundation parts. and then there's an approach to regulate application. So I don't know whether the application layer is better to do regulation on or the foundation part, but at least they're trying both sides. So that's, I think, an interesting thing for us to think about with regards to AI regulation going forward.
So I love where this conversation started, which is, these are technologies that happen to evolve separately, and now we're at a stage, so quickly, by the way, that we're talking about contextual emerging technologies as they reference and inform and build on each other. Now we're talking about how we apply it in society. What are the laws? What are our privacy rights? What are the regulators thinking about? Societally, what are our responsibilities as citizens and our responsibilities as users to think about all of that? And as we wind up this conversation, because Kevin, like you, I think this could go for a long time. It's one of those fascinating topics that aren't ending on this stage. It's only beginning. And so what is the future? How do we prepare for this future? I will say, my son was born in Hong Kong 2017. He is now 6 years old. He's a monkey baby, okay? He's a little monkey baby. He loves to run around. AI is probably going to help him think. Okay, and I want him to think for AI. How do we prepare for this future, for the next generation? All of us. How do we think about AI, blockchain, real-world applications, and how to be prepared for it? And Kevin, I'll start with you.
Okay, so I think there's many different ways to go about this. Let me answer this maybe with my education hat on, as I teach at a few of the universities here. So something I think is quite interesting, being a university professor, is you start to see a lot of students use AI tools to quote-unquote cheat on their homework, right? Use ChatGPT, write all the essays, it is what it is. I personally think that we in the education space need to start testing or assessing process rather than output. Okay, so what do I mean by that? So imagine, back in the day, you are at school, a teacher asks you to write an essay. You write an essay and you get a grade on the output, right? Just purely the essay. But now for my class, what I want to do is I want to do the same thing, but I want them to give me the output essay, and I'll give them 20% of the grade for that. And then 80% of the grade, I want them to write another essay on why they use that prompt, why they use that tool, what are they actually doing. Right? So I think it's interesting to test the process. And even for the exam, I would want to give them output from generative AI and ask them what is wrong with this. Right? Because that forces them to think about the process, not necessarily to think about the output. Because I think we're getting to the point where output is easy. But those people who are good at using the tools, I think in the future are going to be the ones that really accelerate. And I mentioned a lot of this to people, final thought here, when they ask me about AI taking away jobs, right? And my view on this stuff is you're more likely to be replaced by someone who knows how to use AI rather than by the AI itself. Right? So if you become a good user of the tool, both in terms of using it at the beginning and also critically evaluating the output, I think that's going to be an interesting step for education going forward.
That's awesome. Jupiter, how do we protect the next generation? How do we evolve the next generation? How do we grow the next generation?
I think if you look at the history of recent 50 years, the technology innovation hasn't stopped. So every generation will facing its, the innovation from technology from its side. Because, for example, when I was young, I didn't use any phone, even not smartphone. The function phone, I don't use it. But when I grow older, when everybody using that, I get used to that. So I think in the future, when people facing about AI and crypto, it's just like, breathing the air. It's very, have been evolved into a common life. Not a very exceptional thing. Nowadays we see AI always very powerful, but maybe after several generations, AI is just a common tools. Everybody can use it. Everybody bring a phone. You can use AI. It's just ordering some dishes. It's very very common. So we don't have to be worried about that because the technology innovation will not be stopped in the next few years. So AI and blockchain is just one or two of these examples. And also, not to mention that technology we have been using for daily life. For example, nuclear technologies, skyrocket technologies. They have been evolving along with our life. But in the future, when they become a 2C applications, everybody will get used to that. For example, in the future, everybody may get used to flying to the moon, flying to the Mars. It's just a commercial flight, right? So I think it's a daily life. It's nothing to worry about it.
It really is about trying to figure out how to live with it, right?
Absolutely, I agree very, very much. And also, the only thing I want to add is like you're putting my CIO hat on. Technology innovation is not only for the technology team. I have that a lot when I talk to people. We all live in a world that we are driven by technology. So even you're not a technology, a programmer, engineer, you need to understand technology, how it evolves and how it change our life in a different degree, right? So my advice would be, like for your 6-year-old son, even he doesn't want to be an engineer, he needs to understand technology, but just in a different level. Just last thing I want to add.
Yeah. You know, just like when man discovered fire, can you imagine how powerful that is? And now it's just part of our human language. And this is what technology is. It's part of the evolving human language as we apply what our needs are, which are basic, which is human connection, which is taking care of family, and to be of value to society. And in that way, these are incredible tools for us to engage as human beings. So thank you, audience, for engaging with us as human beings. We loved this conversation. Of course, it continues. This is the QR code for questions, not only for us, but for all of the speakers and panels that will be here. But for now, what a great start to this session and to this audience. And thank you, panelists. Kevin, Jupiter, Charlotte, you guys are the best. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. And thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And before everyone returns to the seat, please to take a group photo. Thank you so much for the insightful sharing. That was really wonderful. And thank you, Angie, for being our moderator. All right, let's take one more. All right. Oh, just one more as an extra security measure, just to make sure we got that perfect photo. Okay. Everyone, let's put our hands together one more time. Thank you so much for the sharing. Everybody, please be seated. Wow, that was wonderful. And of course, it is undeniable that blockchain technology is making a profound impact in all of our lives. Now, we're going to delve into how China is at the forefront of this groundbreaking field. Leading us through this segment today is none other than the CEO of Red Date Technology, Mr. Yifan He. And can I please invite Mr. He to come on stage? Thank you so much. I will hand the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it was a great panel, especially in the panel. Angie said, whoever understands blockchain is smarter. Okay, so my job, Sean, today is make sure everybody here today becomes smarter. Okay, because if I want to prove China is leading the blockchain development, I need to explain what blockchain is to everybody so you guys can understand. Blockchain actually very technical, okay, very, very technical. So today I won't, start talking about blockchain technology. I will actually use a technology everybody understands to start with. The telephone. Okay, the telephone was invented in 1872. Okay, but after like 100 years when it was invented, there was no conference call. Remember, conference call was emerged in 1970s. Okay, so in that 100 years, just think about a scenario. 10 people in 10 different locations and they need to discuss something. How they make the phone calls. One guy called 9 guys. And remember, it's a discussion, not informing. So everybody give feedbacks. Then you give the feedback, you need to call another 8 guys. Then explain this, and everybody give you feedback. Remember, if you pass the feedback in different order, the result might change. So everything is messy. So after 3 rounds of feedbacks, you actually make like probably 1,000 phone calls in 3 months. So that was the old technology of telephones. But after 1980, there was conference call. Think about this, same scenario. 10 people, same 10 people, same intelligence. And 10 phones, same 10 phones, and the same matter. They still discuss same matter. Everybody log in a conference call, 20 minutes, it's done. So my question is, what happened? What happened to increase the productivity and the efficiency 100 times? What happened? Same people, same phone, same matter, same discussion. Why? Because the data moves differently. From a point to point, from a network, become broadcasting. So that's basically what happened in that scenario. So if you are technical, and if you really understand how internet works, the internet today is the traditional one-on-one phone calls and linking together become the internet. Because most communication is between 2 servers, like 2 people. So same scenario, 10 IT systems today, if they talk to each other, it's like old phone calls. Okay, it takes them, 2 hours to think something, talk to each other, a centralized system, receive data, send to the non-system, get feedback, send to another A, get feedback, send back. So that's the internet. That's the internet today. Don't laugh, okay? It's the internet today. So what's blockchain? So actually just one sentence to explain what blockchain technology is to put IT systems in a conference call. Okay, same logic. Remember, technology always mimic people's behavior. So when 10 IT systems in a conference call, sending data in a broadcasting way, same thing, the productivity and the efficiency increase. Okay, so that's why the blockchain technology makes sense. And it's not about cryptocurrency, it's not even about the blockchain itself. It actually is a new way of communication, data communication. Okay, just like conference call and regular calls. So let's play another game called Let's Centralize Bitcoin and Ethereum. Once you centralize the whole thing, what that system become? It's a very traditional banking system. A big ledger is a bank's balance sheet. And what's a wallet? It's basically individual accounts. What's a business? Transfer money between accounts. That's a banking system. Smart contract is called a banking script. A 500,000 employee company, how they even pay salary? They don't click the button like 500,000 times. They run a banking script. So nothing is innovative except it actually built a single-party banking system into a multiple-party decentralized IT architecture. So get rid of the bank, then everything become innovative because you can open an account by yourself and you can transfer money by yourself. Okay, and how they can change one single party system into a multiple party system because they have very efficient communication protocols. Remember, on Ethereum, if all the data sync in 3 months, the whole cryptocurrency crashed. Because why? Because the pricing couldn't even, it's basically it's gone. So the cryptocurrency become a thing because blockchain technology become a thing because the high efficiency broadcasting communication technology. Okay, so everybody needed to understand the layers. Communication, operating system, and applications. So what's blockchain technology? We consider it's basically an operating system to utilizing the broadcasting communication and to serve as a runtime environment for multi-party applications, or you can call that decentralized applications, or you can call that public IT systems, compared to single-party system, private IT system, or centralized system. Usually, I see all three names, okay, because everybody uses different name. Or Web 2 or Web 3, okay. So this is actually, one of our belief. Internet will become 2 layers. One layer handles the point-to-point communication, single-party IT systems. So that's why all the cloud technology, all the operating system, Linux, Windows, all the database, MySQL, Oracle, build for serve single-party IT system or centralized system. But when the decentralized system become massive, then you need a new infrastructure. You will need a new cloud technology, new operating system, new everything, database. Think about that. 1 million people form one single application. Can you use Oracle? There's no way you can use Oracle. You need a new database technology. So that's why the blockchain technology, we still call blockchain, is so important. It's actually a huge revolution since the original internet. Okay, because it's a layer on the layer of communication, not crypto, not even blockchain. So that's why, China, I'm in China, in Beijing, and building, the project called the BSN. So I know almost all the technology related to blockchain, central bank digital currency, NFT around the world. So truly, honestly, China is leading the effort right now. Why? There's first the top-down approach. From President Xi basically said, let's develop blockchain technology. Of course, I think he means the communication technology because they actually understand how important this is. This is not about crypto or single application or a single type of operating system. It's about communication. Remember, communication is always strategic to a nation. Second one is no cryptocurrency approach. Because when you really see this as communication, you don't focus on a single application, especially a speculative application, right? All technology need to increase productivity and efficiency. So what cryptocurrency have done? So it actually increases the efficiency for scammers to steal money in the most efficient way, okay? $8 billion in 2 years, amazing. And another one is China actually is building infrastructure. Like our project, BSN, it's a purely infrastructure. It's application agnostic. The last one is the fundamental user case. This is actually very, very important. How internet started. There's actually 2 fundamental user cases to boost everything, make everybody understand. One called email. Very simple technology. You send your data from your machine to another machine. That's it. That's called the email. And another application called a web page. It's actually same technology, but you don't send it. You actually fetch data from other server to your machine. So, but based on those 2 applications, people begin to understand, begin to build more and more applications. In 30 years, it become today's internet. So we need fundamental early user cases to drive the whole thing. So what's fundamental user cases for the new communication technology or blockchain technology? Actually, everybody talk about those 2 things. If you do a search on internet, everybody talk about that. One is CBDC, payment-related, regulated digital currency, not a cryptocurrency, payment, central bank digital currency. Second one, DID. Okay, one is how money moves. Second one, how you get verified. And I think the eCNY project is the largest, most advanced CBDC project in the world. 2 million users, a lot of transactions. The second one probably is $1 from Bahamas. It's a very, very advanced system. But the ECNY doesn't even use blockchain technology. But it's a truly decentralized system. That's why I want to emphasize the IT architecture, not blockchain itself. Okay. 6 major banks building their own wallet system, connecting to the central bank. Central bank have a wholesale settlement system on the top. So it's a decentralized system, but all the wallets can talk to each other. Okay. And the DID system actually is even more important than because every single IT system needs to verify users. Verification is not for ID. For any transaction, any data communication, you need to make sure who sends the data. So the verification in every single step of the IT system. The DID system, actually in 2 weeks, we are going to announce a national DID, KYC DID system from China. So we call that China Real DID. So basically, it's the central government will issue KYC through the data citizenship database, a real name DID. And what it can do, I give you very quickly 2 examples. First, when you take a picture, the application in your phone can actually generate a pair, public key and private key. And use that private key to send the picture and send the public key to the government verified and issued DID document, stored there so everybody can access. Then remember, when they store the DID into your DID document, only the government can do that. Then everybody out there, no matter how this picture circulates, no matter where it goes, people always can verify this picture belongs to you. Not belong to whoever holds the private key. It actually belongs to your ID, your citizen ID. Okay, the second one, with this national government issued DID system, it actually a lot of platforms, they don't need to know who you are. They just use this DID. You verify you own this DID, and they just use the DID to process everything. So what's the result? Actually, the big platforms don't know who you are, but still can offer you services because the government knows who you are. It's actually give a lot of privacy. Of course, government need to know everything, right? Just like U.S. real ID, social security number, they know everything, right? But this actually give an option for individuals to choose services for the platform doesn't know who I am. Okay, this is a big, because right now, because in China, when you use internet, everything needs to be KYC'd. Right now, there's no way you can use a platform, internet services, without disclosing who you are. But with this technology, you can. So it's major and big. So that's a national DID system serving 1.4 billion people. Okay, and this is most advanced CBDC system. So that's why I call China is leading the blockchain development effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. He. Please be seated. Thank you for the sharing. And ladies and gentlemen, again, please do direct your attention to the screen right here and scan the QR code as we do welcome questions for our coming segment. It is wonderful to see such a diverse and vibrant audience that we have today. And with everybody, there's a lot of professionals, and we see ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what you identify with, lots of professionals that we have, that we all contribute to the startup and the tech communities. And of course, we see a lot of familiar faces as well. So therefore, today we are very excited to have this opportunity to explore the pivotal role that women play in driving innovation and assuming the leadership positions in their respective industries. So everyone, let's put our hands together and give a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists who are here to share their experiences, their insights, and also their wisdom. So everyone, let's put our hands together. Ms. Angie Lau, co-CEO and editor-in-chief of Forecast Labs. Please do join us. Ms. Christina Ong, Managing Director, Head of Business Banking, HSBC Hong Kong. And of course, this discussion will be moderated by Ms. Bohemia Lee, co-founder and impact venture builder of Anma Ventures. Ladies, please make yourself comfortable, and I will hand it over to you, ladies.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
A warm welcome to you all. Thank you, AEF and Jumpstarter, for this fantastic event outdoors. And a warm welcome to our panel, which is Leadership and Innovation, Women at the Helm at the Workplace. But before I start, we've been talking a lot about AI, and there's a lot of focus on it. You know, humans right now are not the scarcity. AI kind of is now, but that's probably going to exponentially change very soon. So who here would not mind having an AI as your boss? Raise your hands if you would not mind. Okay, so in our panel, so we're going to find out how humans, all of us, can lead better in innovation. So thank you. I would like to introduce you all to two terms. So there is something called innovative leadership, which is basically a style of leadership where leaders have the ability to both think and influence others to create new and better ideas. It's the application of both innovation and creativity in your style. And then there's also this other term called leaders of innovation. So that means they are leaders who set clear visions and goals and create an environment that fosters innovation. So all of the things that we discuss will be under this umbrella. So I would like to pass the first question to both of you, actually. I would like to know what is distinctive about your leadership style and how has it evolved throughout the years?
That's a great question, Bahinia. Thank you so much. And I think that for all of us, leadership is inherently there. It is just another skill that actually all of us have. Some of us give ourselves permission to seize it, to claim it, to have that power. Others shy away from it and fear it a little bit and are unsure and uncertain that they perhaps have so-called leadership styles. But I would have to say that leadership has many, many different colors. And most of us are familiar with the very brash, aggressive, lead from the front, carry everybody from behind, and we all forge ahead. And yet, I think in the 21st century, with technology and a new workforce and post-COVID, in the way that we are all working from home and wherever we are, that leadership inherently is about being a magnet to talent, being a magnet to people and to humans, and then also to understand how to unlock that talent. So for me, leadership isn't a title. It isn't even a role. It is a skill that we inherently all have. And what is it about the skills that I have in particular? Mine is kindness. Mine is compassion. Mine is empathy. And so those are the things that I lean on. So if I can hear what your needs are, rather than you tell me, but that I can feel that those are the needs that my particular colleague has, and I can hear what their needs are or put myself in their shoes and then create a process or a team around them to support their output, then that is my role. And that's how I view my very unique sense of leadership, which all of you have. It's just something that I've evolved.
Yeah, I guess Angie is absolutely right. She talks about the different types of leadership and her own. Maybe I can sort of follow up on that. It's a bit counterintuitive talking about innovation. I'm actually a very people-oriented, a very engaging type of leaders, I would say. And I think as leader, we are not just lead. We need to empower, we need to inspire, we need to believe our teams can innovate. So this is important. I think this belief of power of innovation, actually, and importance of empowerment is becoming a key attribute for leaders today. In order to encourage the team to generate new ideas, I think we need to have a very diverse team of different backgrounds that can actually help the entire thought-provoking discussions, debates. And at the end of the day, we need to ensure these ideas can be heard carefully. So another sort of elements I think that's important is the active listening. So other than just discuss, we need to listen. So I think all in all, as a leader today, we need to be multi-skilled, but the appreciation of innovation, the ability to empower, I think it's becoming more and more critical, in particular for these digital age, that things are changing so fast. We need to be particularly sort of aware of these elements. At times, we tend to use our own experience and provide instructions. I should be quite cautious on that.
Yes, thank you both. It's very human-centric, isn't it, leadership? And both of you now represent different kinds of organization. Christina at a multinational global bank, and Angie, you now lead a growth startup, but you know, still active listening, compassion, empathy, active listening, and inspiring, empowering. These are all things that you have in common in leading different sized organizations. So fantastic. This question is for you because we're digging a little bit into the backgrounds of each of you. Angie, so we know you are very well known for your financial journalism and broadcast from your previous career. You hosted First Up with Angie Lau for a number of years on television. And so we can see here, you are an effective communicator. And what we would love to know is your experience from broadcasting, how you carry that over to being a leader now.
I'm going to spill all my trade secrets. Is this what I'm doing right now? Okay, I'm going to totally do it. That's fine. No, I tease because for me as a broadcaster, it was always being an advocate for the audience. And so even though I was staring into a camera, a nameless, faceless camera, to me, in my mind, all of you were behind that camera. It was very a personal relationship that I had. And I took that role with the kind of responsibility of, what can I communicate? How can I make myself understood? How can I help an audience understand a very complex, a very intricate, a very defined idea that might be a little tough to understand, but in an easy and acceptable way? And hopefully you're all having fun doing it. And so I think I've used a lot of those kind of very soft skills of communication. And it really isn't about how I articulate or how I pronounce all my consonants and make sure that I use my sentences and words in an eloquent and articulate way. It really is, how can I reach you, connect with you, and have you understand the feeling behind what a greater vision or idea is. And so I would say that we all have, again, it's only something that I've honed because I've done it every day of my life for many, many years. And so my practice makes perfect. Not perfect, I'm still practicing. But the only reason why I think communication has been so impactful and effective for me is because it represents my energy, my values, my morals, and myself. And so these are not superficial words. These are words of vulnerability, and these are words that are of authenticity. And that, for me, is the most powerful communication, is truth and speaking from the heart.
Yes. I do really agree with that. And, you know, I've watched you on TV before. I do feel like you're speaking to me. So.
I was.
Oh, wow. And then from one screen communicating to many, Christina has the great but tough job to also communicate to many, because she is the head of business and commercial banking at HSBC and has been many years communicating across and leading across different departments and divisions. So I would love to ask you for your experience, how you do that and how you have, you know, worked on that into who you are today.
Yeah, it's very kind of you, Bohemia, for saying that. Actually, I'm still learning as well. I guess in big organizations, yes, we do need to deal with large teams of different units, different departments, sometimes with conflicting agenda or priority. Maybe about myself, I think I'm lucky enough that I have been to work in different departments, different units of the bank. So I do have more comprehensive knowledge and exposure about the different parts, how things work. So that's important, because these different knowledge, when I need to address an issue, I am able to know how things work behind, and so I would be able to provide relevant guidance. Or when sometimes the ideas becoming irrelevant, I also have a chance to sort of counter suggest. So I think from a leader's perspective, being able to expose to different units, different types of business is important. It helps to shape the way we talk, shape the way we think. I always encourage people to go around different exposures. Timing is not important. It can be a few months, it can be years, but again, get some exposure, different exposures. Go into an area that you might not be most enjoyed. That will help you a lot after you return, because you will know something that you will never explore because you never liked it before. So I think if the team can have more have more diverse background, as I mentioned earlier about diversity, it is important to shape the communication to be more effective. And again, I think in terms of this digital world, it's very complex now. We need to bring in a lot of different stakeholders in order to come up with the innovative ideas. At times, those innovative ideas might sound really crazy and not realistic, especially in the banking world, which is highly regulated. So very easy that we will say, oh, that's nonsense, let's don't talk about it. But at times when I'm about to say that, I need to sort of call out, hang on, is that really something I should stop it? Or should I let this idea at least voice out, let it go to the air first, that people at least heard about it? If it's really not a good idea, there will be ways to kill it, but that may take a bit of time. But it's important to let some idea, even though I think it's not practical or realistic, to go out first. So I think the number one, different exposure helps. Number two is don't kill any idea you think that's a bit crazy.
Yeah, totally understood. And we will dig into this a little bit further on how a big corporation handles innovation that has a lot of start and stop and rounds of iteration, right? Thank you so much, both of you, for that. So after style comes substance. So we're going to talk about actually, empowering innovation now. So we know that innovation is not just about the leadership setting a vision and then goals, but it's everyone across divisions, teams, or even at a startup, just 3 single people, working together to carry out that vision. So you need that stretch goal, right? So Angie, I would love to hear how you set about empowering your team. And I know that you are across continents now, aren't you?
I am, and it was kind of tough, I felt really personally guilty about that. The perception of, am I, quote unquote, abandoning my team that felt very familiar with me in one geographical area versus addressing the needs of other colleagues who are in the US who needed my attention. And, at the end of the day, I wanted to be my own best boss, okay? I spent my entire career chasing goals, chasing career, chasing achievements and accomplishments. And not once, and I could tell you a lot of stories, and you'll be like, are you kidding me? But I think you're all familiar with the fact that we all sacrifice a big part of ourselves to achieve what we do. We sacrifice time with our family, we sacrifice time with our children, we even sacrifice our own health and our own sense of well-being. And I know that we have all done this countless times. And, in a corporate setting of which I came from, I always put myself last to build up and make myself available so that I could achieve more, that I could be promoted, that I could grow professionally. And then the startup world came calling. And man, if you do not moderate your own output, no one else will do that. And my off button was broken. And that's a huge problem. And I was happy with it not having an off button. Until I realized that to be the best boss, the best leader, the best authentic self is to be my best advocate. So, yes, my job is to advocate for others and the industry and the sector. But I can only do that if I take care of myself, which means if I say no to an engagement or to an event, it's because I've said yes to my family or to myself because I actually just need a break. I can't get on another plane again. It's been 3 months of jet lag. Or I take care and I say, I'm doing this so that I can be there for you. So that's what I would say, is it begins with that. And that's how I was able to empower others in that they saw that not only was I taking care of myself, I was also taking care of them. And, my team are an exceptional group of colleagues who constantly reminded me that it would be okay. And, we have to take care of each other. And I think that that was a perfect example of other people's showing leadership to me.
Yeah, thank you. And trade-offs are so important, especially as a startup founder. You just cannot be everywhere all at once. Although, that film, Everything Everywhere All at Once, wish we could all jump multiverses like that so quickly and so weirdly. All right, Christina, you mentioned something super interesting earlier, where you have such big teams and such diverse experiences, but you are still a bank. Under regulation, and there might be lots of innovation happening. But I would love, truthfully, as much as you're willing to let us know, how much room is there for failure and iteration and experimentation at an organization like HSBC?
Wow, that's a very good question. Actually, I think at HSBC, we are pretty open, in particularly recent few years, open to new ideas. Again, going back to your questions, how much room we can, it really depends on the type of products or services or the level of complication, how does it impact the community. The more it impacts, of course, the more careful we will be. But I think I'm covering the SME business. So from that area, I'm very confident to say we are working with a lot of partners to thinking about ways in order to support the SME, because most of them are financial. We want them to be financially included. A lot of time, the key pain point of the SME is they are not able to get the finance they want. So we are working with different third parties, not banks, not fintechs. They are the day-to-day data providers, like the Octopus, like Hong Kong TV Mall, and also like the Amazon platforms, stakeholders. We are working with them to use different data to generate solutions for our clients when they need the fundings. So this is just an example. Globally, we are working with other types of partners. That helps a lot to sort of help us to walk away from the conventional sort of types of banking. We want to use what the client we can get from the day-to-day life to help our clients, such that the clients, they can focus on their own business, they focus on the sales. But for the banking part, we can work with different partners based on their financial statements, or based on their fund flows, or based on their inventory records. Those type of things, we help them to sort of manage their day-to-day fund flows easier. So I think we are pretty open on that. But we also have some time that we realize some of the venture are not working well. But when up to that decision, we think it's not working, and we don't think there is a need to pursue further, we should commit that. We should be brave enough to say, let's fail fast. Don't let it drag on. So those are the sort of experience I can share. But I just want to echo Angie's previous point about empowering the colleagues when we need to manage such a team of big size and different sort of different background. I think one thing is very important. We need to create a common purpose. We try to work out the win-win sort of situation for all. Even though at heated debate, sometimes it's going to be win or lose types of situation. Then we go back to what's the common purpose? What do we want to achieve? Then it helps to resolve a lot of unnecessary conflicts. And let's look at it, how we can collectively achieve it. And if we can collectively achieve something, it's important we recognize the success. We need to let the people know we have built something that's important. Just don't celebrate success within the team. It should bring up the wider audience, in particular, the users or the other stakeholders. Let the users and stakeholders tell us their feedback. That will actually help the team to feel more confident. Oh, so this is something people like, this is something people think it's not working. Then they can help them to build their confidence, to build something that's even more innovative.
Wow. Again, this goes back to the core truth, right? As you were saying, Angie. Thank you so much for that, Christina. Very inspired. I think that's also a pretty good recruitment call for HSBC. Sounds like your ideas won't be killed within that organization. So all of you fintech founders, right? Right, so we don't have much time left, but I have one more question, a short question to round this off. If we can sprinkle fairy dust and travel back in time, you're both very sophisticated leaders here. I don't know if you were like this at 25, but what would you like to say to your 25-year-old self?
Calm down. It's okay. I know you're very impatient. You want everything. You want it all. You want it now. And it's great. It's great that you want it all. But, just, it's okay. It'll come. With determination and ambition, also the missing ingredient must be faith. Faith that once you know that you're doing the hard work, the rest will really follow. And you're doing great. You're doing great, so keep at it. But don't forget to take a nap.
Woo, love that. Thank you. Christina, what about you?
Sorry, allow me to share something really personal. But can I go back to 15 instead of 25?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. So if I go back to 15, I say, please go to boarding school. I refused to go to boarding school at the age of 15, and because I hate doing all the housework. I want to rely on family members to help me with everything in my life. But when I think back, I should. Then I could be a more independent person. Because at work, I am capable to handle a lot of challenges or even crisis. But at home, I'm a complete idiot. Whenever I want to do a meal, my family treat me like a terrorist, as if I were going to burn the kitchen or bomb the apartment. I hate that feeling. So if I got a chance to go back to 15, I'm sure I will be going to a boarding school and be more independent so that as of now, I could be a leader at home and at the office.
Well, thank you both so much for sharing your vulnerabilities and your aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. And before I invite everyone back to the seats, please stand up and take a group photo. Thank you so much. Great sharing. Thank you, Bohemia, for being our moderator. Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Christina. All right, and everyone in the audience, please get comfortable. I see there's more of you coming in. Please do grab a seat. It is free seating. So everyone, please do get ready for our next segment. Lots of excitement, lots of adrenaline coming up. So everyone, do get ready. All right. I'm so excited. I can't wait for the next segment to begin. Okay, perfect. Ladies, everyone, let's give them a big round of applause once again. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Appreciate it. All right, as we enter the second half of today's event, it is time to kickstart the Jumpstarter 2023 Global Pitch Competition Top 30 Finals. Now, these outstanding startups were chosen from a pool of 1,000 applications received from 85 countries and regions all over the world. And I don't know if you guys actually noticed, but if you look at the t-shirts that we're wearing, see our staff in the white t-shirt, if you look at their back, you actually see all these countries that I was talking about. And it is with a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Bernard Chan, JP, Acting Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development Bureau, Office of the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to deliver a momentous opening remark. Everyone, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Bernard Chan, all yours.
Cindy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My pleasure to join you all today at the Jumpstarter 2023 Tech by the Harbor event. As you all know, Jumpstarter is one of the most significant parts of the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. It is an immersive journey that ignites everybody's imagination. It also provides fascinating opportunities for you to become part of Hong Kong's influential startup ecosystem. Well, with our world-renowned Victoria Harbour as backdrop, I'm really excited to welcome you all. Indeed, it's nice to see so many of you here face to face. We haven't been able to do so over the past 3 years because of COVID. Well, speaking of COVID, speaking of the pandemic, Hong Kong has come out of it with strength. The Hong Kong SAR government, we have launched a host of measures and initiatives, including the Happy Hong Kong, Hello Hong Kong campaign, and also the Night Vibes Hong Kong, to attract visitors and to boost local consumption. Our economy is recovering. In the first half of this year, our real GDP saw a 2.2% year-on-year growth. And my Invest Hong Kong team assists 300 mainland or overseas companies to establish or expand their operations here in Hong Kong. Also, we are really glad to see the coming back of some major international events. For example, back in September, we welcomed more than 6,000 senior government officials and high-profile business people from around the world to come to Hong Kong and join our Belt and Road Summit. And of course, the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival this year, we welcome more than 20,000 startups, investors, and technology experts from over 100 economies and regions. So all these numbers suggest that Hong Kong is back on the world stage again, and we are ready to scale new heights. For the current term government, our priority and focus is to create stronger impetus for growth. In particular, my bureau, the Commerce and Economic Development Bureau, we are committed to helping enterprises, both local and non-local. So let me perhaps share with you some of the initiatives in the policy address that might be relevant to you all. In view of the growing significance of e-commerce, my bureau will establish an interdepartmental e-commerce development task force to implement policies or initiatives that will help enterprises, including startups, of course, to establish e-commerce business on the mainland. We will be hosting a number of Hong Kong shopping festivals on e-commerce platforms to promote Hong Kong brands. We will also launch the e-commerce Easy under the dedicated fund for branding, upgrading, and domestic sales, or what we call the BUD Bud Fund. Of the 7 million funding ceiling of the Bud Fund, enterprises may make use of $1 million to implement e-commerce projects. And also, we will expedite the rollout of the single e-lock scheme and also the trade single window to enhance the e-commerce delivery and the custom clearance efficiency. Well, of course, there are a whole lot more initiatives in the policy address that might be beneficial to your business. So I encourage you all to take a quick look at our policy address and to see how we may help you to become even more successful. Ladies and gentlemen, the continued success of the Jumpstarter and the Hong Kong and the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival is a strong testament to Hong Kong's vibrant startup ecosystem. The Hong Kong SAR government is committed to maintaining the city's long-term competitiveness. We will continue to proactively implement policies and initiatives to attract world-class companies, cutting-edge startups, and international capitals and talents to our city. With our distinctive advantages of enjoying great support from the motherland and also being closely connected to the world under the one country, two system, I have full confidence that our startup ecosystem will continue to grow and thrive. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my team from Invest Hong Kong and also all the co-organizers and sponsors, supporters, and partners for making the Jumpstarter and also the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival a great success. So I hope you guys will enjoy the rest of the day. And please also enjoy the spectacular scenery of Hong Kong. I wish everybody here good health and best of business. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard, for the opening remarks. Definitely a great way to kickstart everything that is about to happen. So as we all know, the final round of the Jumpstarter Global Pitch Competition is here. And I know that everybody feels the same. We just can't wait. Every year it's so full of adrenaline. But however, before we get started, let me just explain how this final pitch works. Okay, so the process goes like this. So each startup team will be given 8 minutes on stage, 3 minutes for presenting their innovations and their business idea, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A by our panel of judges who will basically interrogate you. I'm just kidding. No, they're super friendly. Okay, so next is that we will have some key judging criteria to ensure that there is a comprehensive evaluation of all of our startup teams. So the criteria goes like this. So everyone, please keep your ears peeled. It is, well, first of all, innovation and industry disruption, market potential, business model, and scalability, traction and further development plan, team background and strength, Hong Kong or Greater Bay Area nexus, including founder background and any GBA plan. And last but not least is the impact on a specific industry or fulfillment of social responsibility. And just before we start, for our judging panels, everyone, let's welcome them with me. I'm very pleased to introduce the following distinguished panel of judges that we have with us today. And these judges are absolutely highly qualified experts in their field, thereby guaranteeing an objective and insightful evaluation. So let's start with lead judges, who are Mr. S.L. Ho from Cathay Pacific Airways. Would you like to wave to everybody and just say hi? Thank you so much for being with us. Miss Annie Ma, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. Miss Bonnie Wong, UBS. Mr. David Wu from Cyberport. Thank you. And Miss Fiona Lau from Shopline. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Jonathan Wu, Wings Capital Ventures. Thank you so much for being with us. Mr. Jun Woo Chan, Wings Capital Ventures. Miss Peggy Choi from Link. And also Mr. Sam Tang, Hopu Investments. Thank you, thank you. Miss Sharon Yang, KKR Asia Limited. And last but not least, with Mr. Tristan Yu from HSBC Commercial Banking. Awesome. Now, we're also very, very fortunate to have a diverse and esteemed judging panel that we have with us today, with a lineup of industry leaders positioned in close proximity to the stage. Now, everyone, let's join me in welcoming them, all of our judges, who's going to put a lot of brain cells to work every time. I just want to give a big round of applause again. It's super hard work. Thank you so much. Very grateful for all of your time, your dedication, and your invaluable insights that will shape our ecosystem of startups. Thank you so much. All right, without further ado, here's all the excitement. We're about to get started. Are we ready? Yeah, okay, let's try that again. Are we ready? Yes. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Very exciting. Okay, now with all the protocols ready, it looks like the next team is ready. Okay, so this is the team 1 with our esteemed judging panel ready as well. All the anticipation in the air, so let the competition begin. First, I would like to introduce to you Vermilion Lifestyle, an e-commerce startup. So everyone, let's put our hands together for them. The representative getting ready on stage. Your time counter is right here. And ready when you are. You have 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kritzia. I'm the founder of Vermilion Lifestyle. Basically, we are a B2B e-commerce platform that showcases Asian luxury lifestyle brands for the world. I used to work in banking and McKinsey in China, LVMH, at Marriott, and McDonald's. We have a very highly qualified team in the same space, and we do have a board that is very qualified in terms of retail, hospitality, real estate, and F&B that really adds value to our team. So what is Vermilion? We're really a one-stop global online destination for premium to luxury lifestyle brands from across Asia. We're zero inventory, and we work with about 260 brands from 12 different source markets, and we provide them with shared resources. So anything from cross-border logistics, marketing, sales, anything that they basically need to scale up and accelerate, we provide. So what are the pain points in the industry today? So of course, on the side, we have access to top-tier clients, bridging language differences, anything from Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and of course, also technical differences in payment portals, for example, Tencent, Alibaba, Line Shop, but also on the client side as well. There's lack of a one-stop online destination for sourcing Asian brands. There's also issues with commercial trust and quality control, but also lead time and financial cost in sourcing. And so Vermilion seeks to solve this by providing a seamless user experience, basically connecting the IP owner with clients from interior design, real estate, hospitality, offices, co-working, retail, and we basically provide the entire B2B sourcing journey, digitized and seamless for them to use anytime. So for us, we're really in a space that's very white at the moment. We have a B2B focus. We're premium to luxury, and we're very much in line with a lot of macro policies these days in the Greater Bay Area. Of course, from our brands, we also have a lot of award winners, women-owned, sustainability-focused, social enterprise. So there's a lot to talk about. And of course, in the media, we're quite high profile. We have worked with a lot of Fortune 500 brands, but also top-tier Asian clients. This year, we won the Design and Technology Awards, Hong Kong Design Association, and also Gentile List. So our all-women team is definitely all rock stars. For us, we actually hope to expand in the US. We want to scale up really fast. Hong Kong and Singapore are too small for us. Of course, we want to go through the department stores, the e-commerce players, start with the East Coast and West Coast, have some points of sale. And how we differentiate is really a unique assortment from Asia, which is quite different in terms of aesthetic, but also we do educational storytelling to make sure we increase the willingness to pay and the value perception for Asian brands. So for us, for the tech side, we're actually really hoping to build a big data lake and start doing predictive AI to look at trends in terms of export sales and also create smart proposals. And finally, our user funds, blended take rate is very high. Our repurchase rate is 40%, B2B sales 70%, B2B versus
Time's
B2C
up.
AOVs.
Please wrap up in one sentence.
Okay, so B2B over B2C, support Asian brands. That's really the way to scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And judges, please, you can ask your questions. We have 5 minutes for that. Thank you so much.
Questions are welcome.
Hello, this is Binnie Wong from UBS. One question here is that how do you think you differentiate from the existing platform? There's a lot of similar platform nowadays. How do you differentiate in terms of customer acquisition and brand selection? Thank you.
Actually, there's very few B2B e-commerce players out there. I think the biggest player is probably Faire in the US. But we're definitely much more high-end, very premium. The way that we source brands is very different. We actually are very insider. So a lot of the brands don't exist on, like, say, Taobao or Pinduoduo. These are much more high-end professional serving. So we go through interior designers, architects referral. So whatever they use, they ask us to onboard. We onboard those. So they've been vetted already. So that's from the sourcing side. In terms of the client side, we're actually quite different because B2B is also slightly more sophisticated than B2C. B2C, you can basically get some KOLs and you can market, and then you can easily get like small consumers. But for us, for example, our orders can be like 3,000 units of each item, or we take containers. So the scale up for us is much bigger, and our average order value, of course, is much bigger, more of which we can share in private. But basically, it's much more about acceleration and scale up.
Hi, it's Fiona. I have a quick question on the traction. So you guys mentioned you started in 2022. So how is the traction so far in terms of numbers? Thank you.
Yeah, we're doing really great. I think in terms of some of our numbers, we probably can share a little bit more behind closed doors, but these are our client book. Our purchase rate is probably about 40%. So a lot of our clients are on their 5th and 6th, 7th transactions with us already, just to give you an idea. Some of our clients, like the average order value can go up to $300,000 US per transaction, depending on what it is. And, you know, basically, a lot of these actually are repeat clients here. So happy to share more, maybe a little bit more behind the scenes.
Hi, Kelvin Chen here from 500 Global. Can you tell me a bit more about the luxury market in Asia and the total addressable market? And to reach a unicorn status, how much do you actually need of this market to achieve that goal?
So for us, I would say the luxury market is a little different in Asia versus outside. So when we're sourcing what we call luxury products, it's actually probably considered premium products outside. So it's still actually quite affordable. So in terms of when we go outside, so say we work with Sonder or other kind of large REITs that own a lot of real estate service portfolios out in the US, they actually look to us like a kind of Wayfair, but like more on a large scale kind of sourcing model. So they come to us for the expertise. So I would say, for example, just to give you a sense of the transactions, we're looking at a big portfolio of a few different buildings. All the different real estate units are looking for similar kinds of doormats or dinnerware or lamps or tableware and things like that. So actually, they buy everything, 3,000 units of each, and they put it in the warehouse, and they deploy it across the real estate portfolio. So in terms of waiting for transactions for B2C, I think this is quite different. Also, the return rate is also very, very low. In B2C, it's probably at 40% return rate. For us, it's like less than 1%. So sales are realized, and they stay.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Peggy here.
Hi.
Hey. Curious to understand why you kind of picked this space to start, just given your range of experiences, personally speaking, and your team. So why this space, and also where do you see the company will be in 3 years' time, 3 to 5 years, let's say?
Sure. So actually, there is a professional story and a personal story. So in terms of my background, I worked at Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy Group before, so as a DFS group working e-commerce and marketing. Then I worked at Marriott as chief of staff of Marriott Asia Pacific. So we're looking at a lot of like new builds, greenfield, brownfield out in China, rest of Asia, a lot of resorts, a lot of big hotels. Everything is like, 300 rooms up to airport hotels, 1,000 rooms. So then you actually have to like get a huge amount of volume of, say, even like stationery, trash cans, bedding, pajamas, towel robes. These are all things that you're sourcing at like thousands and thousands and repeat rate with very high wear and tear because there's 1,000 bottoms like sitting on a seat. There's like thousands of people using things and like taking them away. And so the replacement rate is really high. So that's from my professional side. From my own personal side, I was actually looking for something that's a bit more kind of Asian sourcing because
Time's up. Please wrap up in one sentence.
Yeah. Supporting Asian brands, bringing them to the world, surprise and delight the global customer, and help the pie grow. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Not easy being the first team. And Vermilion Lifestyle, you did a great job. Thank you. All right. And while our judges are deliberating, let me just take my time and introduce our second team. Now, this is the AI and data startup. They're called Vidi Labs, and they will come next. So please prepare yourselves. And everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome Vidi Labs. You know the protocol. I won't start yet until you're ready, until I say jumpstart your dreams. So now you have 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams.
Good afternoon, everybody. If unfortunately you went blind tomorrow, would you be able to come to this venue? Or maybe take the nearest bus or find an empty seat? The answer would probably be no for most of us. But this is the reality of 200,000 visually impaired people, or whom we call VIPs in Hong Kong. My grandfather was a VIP, and I saw him struggle with a lot of his accessibility and independence issues in his daily life. Looking at what VIPs or elderly people use today, they either use the archaic cane that can only detect from waist below, or they have guide dogs, which is very expensive and difficult to raise and maintain. You know, for a population of more than 200,000 VIPs in Hong Kong, there's only 40 guide dogs in operation. Looking at what they need, we spoke to more than 150 VIPs, and we found out that we created this device, which is an AI compact wearable that can be easily worn and taken off at their own convenience. We have found out that they need 3 features of object detection, text recognition, and navigation, all in the form of this compact wearable. And they can call these features at the press of a button for a point-in-time mode, or change it to the continuous mode to walk around Hong Kong. We have a product demonstration that we'd love to show you, and we are in the process of filing 3 patents in the US. Now, looking at the current market, to serve the 200,000 VIPs in Hong Kong, we have already partnered with the 3 major blind institutions of Hong Kong Blind Union, Hong Kong Society for the Blind, and Ebenezer School and the Home for the Blind. And we have a pre-order of 100 devices and a growing wait list of more than 200 devices so far in the last 2 months. And the problem is only bigger across the market, across the border in China, and 300 million VIPs all around the world. Our business model is very simple. We either sell this device at the hardware price point, and they pay a monthly subscription of $300 for our software, or we do a B2B purchase rental model for venues to make their spaces more accessible.
So, in terms of business, we can break even if we're able to service our existing group and our wait list. And today, our ask is for $500,000 US, so we can mass manufacture the Seeker device and serve the VIP and elderly community. So, in comparison to our competitors, we offer a more holistic service at a very affordable price range. And this is the team. We are a diverse team. We have business, legal, hardware and software development and capabilities, and we have developed this in-house. So the reality is, aging is the truth that we all cannot avoid, and our medical service systems is overburdened. So why don't you invest in Seeker, a technology that will help VIPs and visually impaired people and elderlies regain their independence? We are Seeker, and we make AI for the VI.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Please wrap up in one sentence. Perfect.
Done.
Wow, that was perfect. Okay. Questions, judges, please.
Hi, this is JY from Wings Capital Ventures. So you mentioned there are 200,000 VIPs in Hong Kong, but at your price point, what's the real addressable market that you estimate?
Okay, so that's a great question, right? So in Hong Kong, we are very lucky that the Social Welfare Department of the Hong Kong government, they can actually they can serve or they can actually help the VIPs to purchase a one-off assistive device up to 40,000 Hong Kong dollars. So that's from just the government support. And now coming to the NGOs, right? The NGOs that we have of the Blind Union and the Society for the Blind, they have actually mentioned that 300 users are already waiting in our wait lists. So they are in the last 2 months only, since we started doing our early adopter acceptance in our wait list. So it actually shows that there is a growing need, and because of the gracious support from the government, all the VIPs in Hong Kong can actually purchase this.
So have you started manufacturing at all?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So we have already mass manufactured 100 devices, which we are hoping to serve our pre-ordered devices. So like I mentioned, we have a wait list of 200 and growing just by last month. So we, at the moment, only have 100 devices.
So how was that funded?
So that was actually funded from raising grants, government grants, and we go into pitching competitions to basically manufacture this hardware that you see here. And so we haven't taken any equity investments up so far, and it was just bootstrap or grant investments.
Right. I guess just a thought. Have you explored financing if you already have demand, Kickstarter or advanced purchase? Because for 500K, you might be able to raise without having to dilute yourself.
Yes, thank you so much for that question again. Yes, so we have thought about Kickstarter, and for the investments, we actually went to the NGOs themselves to apply for funding such as the PSTS and other ITF funds, right? And we are in the process of writing those funds applications with them. But as you know, with NGOs and with this kind of funds, they come in drip investments. It means that we need to spend the money up front, and then it will be reimbursed at the end of it, right? So it's either we go for the banking loan, or we actually wait for the equity investments.
And just across the border, and I'm talking about China, there are 52 million visually impaired people waiting to be served. So we're hoping to leverage the connection of the Jumpstarter and the Alibaba program, and hopefully they can guide us so that we can expand into a more, a market that truly, truly needs this device.
Hi, this is Tristan from HSBC. I was wondering, is there any regulatory green light is required if you are talking other, markets? Regulatory green light.
Okay.
Regulatory approval.
So first of all, our device is an assistive device, right? So what it means is that we are not a medical device, and we do not really, every time we tell them that we are not replacing their eyesight, right? We are just giving them the visual information so that the humans themselves can make the decision, right? So for the regulatory guidance, we just have to make sure that the privacy and ethics are maintained, which we do because we are actually using all the proprietary algorithms. We are not giving this, we are not calling an API call from an already existing service, meaning we control all the data, and the data is not stored, meaning we delete the image the moment it is processed.
Asel from Cathay. 7 years ago in Israel, I saw the same startup. They kind of gone 5 years ago because of their performance. I wonder, I suppose using edge computing, doing all the processing there. It's how can you guarantee performance for the customer? Because I think the first batch of adopter group is very important, right?
Yep. Thank you so much for that question, right? So it actually shows the Israeli company, right? They're priced at 40,000 Hong Kong dollars, right? And they actually offer one feature for maybe the text detection and stuff, but they sell to 23,000 units every year. This just shows that there is a growing need by the hour for a device like this. And for the other question of how do we ensure the accuracy, for the last 2 years, we've actually gone and collected the data and trained our models and made them very efficient to the point that for NGOs, normally they do not sign MOUs or LOIs. But the moment that we gave these devices to them, they actually sign MOUs, the 3 major institutions of the Hong Kong, and they're actually currently doing the early adopter trials to make sure that they can actually disseminate this to all of their other user members.
Hello, this is Binny from UBS. I'm just thinking, it's more not a question, but more of a future comment or suggestions. I don't know if maybe just a thought, right? do you think about like for the pricing range, do we want to start off with like a minimal cost of usage and then later on more benefit from the monthly subscription, right? It's just like what Tesla is probably doing, right? Later on when you're charging batteries, you need to pay for it, right? And then like App Store, right? You pay for it on the later, but initially you may be just at the break-even point to sell the device. Is that going to be something that will be, I guess, differentiator from a cost perspective? Yeah.
Yes, thank you again
Time's
for
up.
raising
Please
that.
wrap up in one sentence.
Sure.
Sorry.
We are actually trying that model right now, which is it's called the printer subscription model, which we make this device available as a HaaS, hardware as a service model, and we are open to, we're actually doing that with some of our users at the moment.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause. Thank you so much for the sharing, and thank you for the questions, judges. Now, moving on to our third team, we have Self4D Private Limited. That is our next team, and they are from the biotech and life science industry. So
Hello, everybody.
please board the stage and get ready. As you probably know, you have 3 minutes. Please jumpstart your dreams now.
Hello, everyone. I'm the CEO of Self4D. So every cell has invisible but unique mechanical fingerprints. Self4D decipher this kind of fingerprint to detect cancer, monitor immune cell activation, and stem cell differentiation. It's the face recognition technology for cells. Cells hold the key to curing every disease, but conventional genomics or proteomics tools got limitations. They are destructive, complicated, and lack necessary spatial and time resolution. So Self4D is a game changer. It uses a very unique biophysics approach to detect cells in a non-invasive and high throughput and cost-effective manner. So this is kind of upgrading from static photo to dynamic video to drive many innovations. So a tiny biochip like this can detect, can monitor up to 1 million cells in parallel. And so this is also the only technology can collect mechanomics data in a very cost-effective and a high throughput manner. So like genomics, human mechanomics will be the key to curing every disease. So for example, cancer, as we can see here, cancer cells have very distinct mechanical fingerprints than normal cells. So this means that in the future, the detection and diagnosis of cancer will be much faster and much easier. And furthermore, we can detect drug-resistant cancer cells within minutes instead of months to support precision medicine. And we can even scan the biopsy to generate a very accurate digital mapping for individual patient, so to empower and navigate precision surgeries and treatments. So beyond cancer, we are also collaborating with leading industrial partners to extend our pipelines to cell therapies and regenerative medicine. So as a platform technology, every sector will open up billion-dollar size accessible market. And why us? Because we are a unique blend team of top scientists and also serial entrepreneurs with track record. And now this is a good time because this technology has been validated by millions of research papers, and Self4D overcome the limitations of conventional tools. And as the ChatGPT in life science, it will guide the innovation for the next decade. So we are selected by top-tier acceleration programs, and we are far advanced than our competitors in the field, in the industry. So to wrap up, this is a new omics as well as a giant blue ocean. So Self4D will reduce the need for animal studies, accelerate drug discovery, and help us fight cancer. So let's together with you and with Hong Kong, let's together make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on to the questions.
Hi, this is David from Cyberpool. Just wonder about do you need any regulatory license approval for this? If you do, then how far is from you and where are you now?
Yeah, thank you very much for a good question. We have different pipelines. So one of our pipeline is for example, drug discoveries for big pharma companies. So this one, we don't have to pass like FDA or FDA regulation. But we are also collaborating very closely with hospitals. And if we use it for diagnosis, it might require like regulatory approval. Usually takes like 2 to 3 years. Thank you very much for the question.
Hi, Kelvin Chen from 500 Global. Can you tell me a bit more about how the product works, and especially the biochip? How long do you wear it? What does it actually, does it take blood samples? What does it do? And how long does it take, how do you now analyze the data?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So basically, every cell, they have force, and they are touching the surrounding environment to sense the environment. And at the same time, this force is controlling all the key biological processes from cancer to wound healing and scar formation. So basically on this biochip, it's a nano-fabricated biochip. There are billions of nano-fabricated sensors. So every cell will be assessed by hundreds or thousands of such sensors. So every sensor will sense the magnitude, direction, and also the frequency of the force. So in the end, we will get very comprehensive data. So after visualization, we can see it's just a show like this. Yeah, so it's like something like a photo or video. Yeah, but in the end, it's a mechanical force. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Yeah.
Hi, this is Anne from Science Park. Thank you for your presentation. Could you share a little bit more about your traction in terms of your instrument and how many biochips you've sold?
Yes.
How many labs are partnering to
Yes.
use your device?
Yeah.
And what's your competitive edge to the listed companies out there? Illumina, Oxford Nanopore, they're all doing similar devices.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So this project actually was my PhD thesis. And so the reason I'm doing it is because when I was studying the ETH and the top mechanobiology lab, but at that time, measuring one of the single cell and analyzing it taking like 2 to 3 hours. Even we publish in Nature Cell Biology, we collect like less than 100 cells, but we sleep in the laboratory. So we found the technology is so powerful, but it's a pity that we cannot commercialize it. That's the motivation why I come to do the startup. And that's why the whole team like come out to do it. So currently we have one competitor in US, but they only have one sensor per cell. And they can only measure the contractility like one dimension. But we have like hundreds or thousands of sensors per cell, and each sensor can measure 3 dimensions. So that's why our competitor also argue they want to do the cell mechanics, but currently we are the first and only one can collect this comprehensive data. Thank you so much for the question. Yeah.
Hi, this is JY from Wings Capital Ventures. Can you explain a little bit about the Hong Kong or Greater Bay Area nexus of your company?
Yes, actually we are very connected to Greater Bay Area. So on April, we are top 2 of the Shenzhen Innovation Competition. And we are also the champion of the UK region and biotech region of Shenzhen competition. And we are also talking to Zhuhai. So I think like this region got a lot of opportunities, and Hong Kong is definitely our first choice because we already have collaborators in Hong Kong. They are from the university and also from the hospital. Yeah, definitely it's our priority.
Hi, this is Tristan from HSBC. So you talk about only one competitor in US.
Yeah.
I was wondering, since we have in silicos, Ectopi, all those AI technology, drug discovered technology companies in mainland China, in Chinese mainland, and also as a CRO, CDMO like Pharmaron, WeChat. So what do you see your competition in Asia?
Actually, we currently are the only one. We have 1 or 2 years have the first move advantage. But I don't think, I think more opportunity than competition in Asia because this is a new omics and it has so many potential. So that's why when we work with hospital, we work with big pharma, we work with other startups. So every collaboration will lead to a new pipeline and lead to a new opportunity. So that's why we are so excited to come back to Asia. Come back to the company founded, initially was founded in London, and recently we are actively moving it back to Asia because of all the opportunity and all the synergies. Yeah, thank you so much for a great question.
Sarah, a quick question here. 2 questions. One is, what sort of IP protection do you have on your products? And then secondly, how does the cost compare with the other competitors that you referenced?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Please answer in 1 sentence.
Yes. So we already filed like more than 10 PCT patents to protect our IP. And also, this production cost I can expose. It's less than $10 US. So it's like less than 10% of our competitors' product. Thank you so much for the question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause again. Cell4D, thank you. All right, now the one coming up next is a Web3 startup, and they are called AppComo. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome them. Please join us on stage. All right, ready to go. You have 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just arrived from Singapore yesterday, and so honored to be here. Since it's a 3-minute speech, so after greetings and to introduce who we are, I guess we have more than enough time to straight to the point to introduce what we do. So 3 minutes is more than enough. I want to address 3 key questions about our project. Number 1 is who we are and what we do. Number 2 is how we do it and what's the progress right now. Number 3 is what's the next step. So who we are great. Nice photos from AI. So a little bit about introduction about ourselves. I was working for Alibaba and Ant Financial, one of the pioneer member for their globalization team. And my co-founder Yoshi starts his career from Goldman, and now he was working for Garena for Asia Pacific gaming distribution. We started our entrepreneurship 5 years ago, so it's our 3rd company. And what we do, I think probably 2 slides earlier. So we are cut the AI thing. We are gaming community link up Web 2 and Web 3. And what we want to do is digital asset management for multiple assets. Great. We still have 1.5 minutes left. So the second one is how we do it. How we do it is actually, because of Yoshi's expertise, we're primarily focused on Japan. And what we are doing right now is we're onboarding 2 digital projects from Japan and help them to distribute within the region. And we have a platform, we also have a platform or a team to acquire users from different regions, leverage on the social influence. That's what we do. The current progress is we already have over 1 million registered users across the region. And what's next step? Continue to expand our partnership in Japan. And also we are trying to leverage on what we are having right now to increase our users and to build up a social plus finance function. Great, we still have 30 seconds left and we can go through this later. Another 1 sentence to remember us, we are just a Japanese guy who is from finance and gaming background, plus a guy who is doing cross-border payments and e-commerce to bring the Japanese game to the world and vice versa. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Judges, please.
Hi, this is David from Cyberpool. I just want to know your revenue model. What does it look like?
Great. Thanks, David. It's been a long time. We already receiving 6 digits of payments from Japan, more specifically from some of the Japanese projects, because Japan is a very unique market. A lot of Japanese know how to do Japan, but they never do business with someone who don't speak Japanese. I don't have this leverage by my co-founder is Singapore-born Japanese. So because of that, they're willing to pay. Because some of you might be aware that all Japanese business is actually based on the trust. So we refer from one client to the other. We are also in the pipeline with signing numerous, actually quite numbers of contracts from different deals. This is from corporate side. So business paying us 6 digits per contract on annual basis. On the other hand, because we are acquiring users, so this is why we need to raise funds for, because every user we acquire, we need money. So with this amount of money, of course, we can build up the user base, but also we want to monetize these users. That's what we are here for. Actually, we want to give them more asset management tools, such as we call that VCC. It's basically a prepaid card. Onboarding Japanese customers allows them to spend through Visa Master Network. So this is actually why I'm putting it here, is because this is actually will complete by Q1 next year. Thanks for your question, David.
Hello,
Go ahead.
All right, this is Binny from UBS. I'm just wondering that for your revenue model, you said that, so what is the value add that you're giving to your user besides the payment part? Because I think payment, like online payment in Japan, is actually quite well developed anyways, right? But what is the value add that you're giving to the gamers? Is it more like a marketplace model? How do you enhance that matchmaking to drive that transactions forward?
For users, right?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. From my point of view, because our company called AppComo, when we start up this company, it's actually been pivoted a few times, but we never change our philosophy, which is we want to eliminate all the barriers across the region. So to answer your question, because within different regions, gamers don't understand each other. Even for Japan, it's such a big market, and globally, there are plenty of users adopting their animations gamers, but they don't really know Japanese. So what we are offering is actually a translator service. When I say translator, it's not a language translator. It's more about business translator, cultural translator. So with this kind of add-on value we bring to them, we actually give all the gamers seamlessly experience of whatever experience out there. I'll give you another example. So some of the gaming company in China are doing very well in Japan. But when they're trying to go the other region of the territories, they encounter problems because they don't understand. Even the hardware understanding is actually a massive gap. So what we are trying to believe here is a seamless experience to understand both cultures. That's our mission, actually. Not sure if I answered the question.
It's okay, I'm going to ask the same question again. Yeah. So Kelvin Chan from 500 Global here. My understanding of what you guys do is you sell in-game items on your platform, like PUBG Mobile Diamonds for $90, right? So the question is actually very similar. What's the value add you provide to, one, the gaming company, and two, the actual user themselves, that they'd want to do it on your platform as opposed to directly in-game?
Thanks for the question. I think as a startup, the very first day we were thinking of, maybe 5 years ago, my thinking is how to raise fund, right? We've done 3 rounds of fundraising in the past 1.5 years when I started the company. By the way, it's my third company. So, but the logic has been completely changed. Basically, we are changing from fundraising business model to cash flow business model. When we do that, we have to leverage on someone who have the traffic rather than we creating the traffic. So what I'm doing right now is actually leverage on what I'm having in my mind. For example, PUBG is a big brand out there. So what I bring to the gaming companies is because we're doing cross-selling to our users. By saying that, we're having different game publishers come in, but through a group of gamers, maybe from different games, number one. Number two, for the gamers, because it's actually answer your second part of the question, because we have numbers of games, and those users can leverage on different games from different regions. Plus, it's a Web3 based project, even though we start from Web2.
Time's up. Please wrap up in one sentence.
I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you. Everyone, moving on. Yeah, you can hand it over to them. Thank you. Moving on is Singular Technology. That is the name of the next team, and they are from the healthcare industry. So please board the stage and make yourself comfortable. As you probably know, you have 3 minutes. Please jumpstart your dream now.
Hi, this is Louis from Singular. We developed mixed reality platform to help surgeons to visualize patient 3D model during surgery. You can understand mixed reality as augmented reality with 3D location, where you can place the virtual model accurately to a physical target. So we are trying to reduce the impact of surgeons' shortfall. We want to provide technology that can help surgeons to work more efficiently and accurately so that they can, improve their productivities and reduce surgical error. So we also want to help new surgeons to pick up their visual spatial skill faster. And also we have all kinds of surgical robot and 3D printing. Those are great technology, but they may not be the most cost-effective solutions. So our solutions can provide 3 different benefits. First is, using the mixed reality to help surgeons to visualize patient data. And second, they can work online. They can interact immersively to reduce travel and also provide more timely surgery. And thirdly, we automate the way we convert medical images into 3D model and hologram, so that we transform a few days of work into 30 minutes of processing time. So this is the step. We are using the same medical scan the patient took from the hospital, and then we use our platform to automate the process and update to the headset of the surgeons. So the surgeons can do it without the help of engineers. So this is the technology behind our product. We are trying to enhance the noise, reconstruct, and optimize for low latency performance. So our business model is SaaS, so we charge a yearly subscription per user. And just earlier this year, we finished our first proof of concept trial in a local hospital, and they were happy about it, and we got our first purchase order from the hospital. And now we are expanding to a different pilot project for different medical stream. I believe we are just touching the surface of this technology, and right now we are able to visualize skin, muscle, bone, this kind of tissues, and we are working on visualizing the blood vessel and different tumor. And also, we are also incorporating different 3D sensor to surgical instrument. So with our visualization tools and precise tracking of instrument, we
Time's
can
up. Please
take
wrap
the
up in
product
one sentence.
to next level. So thank you.
And questions, please, judges.
Excuse me. This is Sam. Do you have any pilot projects with what kind of hospitals?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we finished a proof of concept test in a local hospital under hospital authority, and it was a orthopedic application. So we can help doctor to perform bone tumor surgery and also trauma. And right now we have done over 20 cases for real patients.
Thank you. This is Tristan from HSBC. Can you talk about more on your competitors or potential competitors?
Sure. So I would name, I can count, there are a few in the world already doing the same thing. Our angle is to, because my team came from game development background, we want to bring premium gaming experience and also low latency performance to this product, because latency issue will cause uncertainty to the surgeon. So we want to tackle that issue, and our strength is how we provide the good 3D visualization of patient anatomy. So how accurate we can reconstruct the patient model matters to the surgeon. So this is our edge compared to other competitors.
Hi, this is JY from Wings Capital Ventures. Do you see the surgical robots as your threat, or you can help them somehow?
So surgical robots are great technology, but can it replace all surgery? Maybe not in the near future. I believe some hospitals are still looking for more cost-efficient, cost-effective solutions. And I believe using a headset and 3D sensor can be a more lightweight setup to provide more accurate surgery.
Kelvin Chen from 500 Global here. You said that your product took 2D images to create a 3D structure. How accurate is it versus your competitors?
I believe this is not, to be honest, this is not a barrier. I believe it's not difficult to reconstruct the 3D model per se. But what we differentiate is we add extra layer of texture. We add the realism to the 3D model. The more real the model looks, the easier for the surgeons to translate the 3D mapping of the anatomy to the real patients.
This is Elkham from Cathay. I saw that you have a POC with Untitled Hospital, right? Because I saw that there's no medical background in your team. So do you actually pinpoint what they need for what they need for the training?
Very good question. So I've been doing medical 3D printing for over 10 years. I have assist or observed over 100 of surgery, even though I'm not surgeon myself, but I know what we can help from the technology side. And also, I came from a biomedical engineering background, and I have done a few years of orthopedic research in local hospitals.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the MC is looking at me, so I'll ask in one sentence.
No, go ahead, go ahead. The time's not up yet.
Based on your SaaS fee model, how big is your market in GBA?
In GBA, so just Hong Kong alone, we can see 50 users. So we are charging around 200,000 Hong Kong dollar per user. And I believe GBA can 10 times what the volume of Hong Kong.
Hi, this is Benny from UBS. From the medical practitioner, like say Dr. Christian Thang and a lot of the doctors that have been using, what are the biggest feedback or what are the things that they say can be further improved? It's a tough question. What are the things that they think, it cannot help for now?
They actually have lots of ideas. So we are able to seamlessly help the doctor to create their 3D content without the help of engineer. And they start to give us more idea and create a long list of development backlog to us. That is our pain point. So now we are supporting the orthopedic application, and we have new surgery, plastic surgery, all lining up for their own small features. And those require a lot of manpower to overcome.
Any last questions by judges? All right, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you to our judges. All right, moving on to team number 6. The name is Wonderbricks, and that is from the AI and data industry. Representatives from Wonderbricks, please do join us. All right, 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Annie, and I'm the founder of Wonderbricks. We are building Billy, which aims to transform construction teamwork with AI. Our team is construction and AI native. Sorry, is it clicking? Coming from top-tier universities and top industry practices. So there is no business like the construction business. It's a $1 trillion industry. The US alone turns over $2.1 trillion per year. It employs tens of millions of people. Projects are managed over years. In the US, there are 3.8 million businesses. In Australia, 390,000. 90% of these are SMEs. The biggest construction management SaaS in the market, reaching almost 10 billion in market cap, is only penetrating less than 1% of the businesses out there. Why is that? Before SaaS, there were a ton of paperwork, phone calls, and site meetings. And after SaaS, some of the paperwork may be replaced by the guy on the left entering data into these SaaS systems, but a ton of issues still get resolved over WhatsApp and emails. Speaking to over 100 project managers and site managers, the consistent feedback that came back to us is that the existing SaaS is too slow, too clunky. It's almost always faster to WhatsApp or email. It's because a construction project typically looks like this. The main contractor is trying to manage over 50 subcontractors over a range of issues. And as a result, 99% of construction data remains unstructured, lost. So can we have a best in both worlds solution where you have the benefits of SaaS, but is intuitive and it doesn't require the cost of data entry, manual setups, and staff training? Introducing Billy, which aims to completely redefine the construction SaaS landscape. We want no more tedious data entry setups. We allow unstructured, free-flow, intuitive data input, effortless from our workers. And we process the data intelligently using large language models, knowledge graph, and NLP techniques, which allows Billy to automatically convert unstructured data into structured data, which allows issue logs and pro reports for decision making. Check out billy.construction, which is downloadable on App Store after Christmas. Our fee model is very simple and competitive, and it is designed for viral growth potential. We discovered our product market fit through digitally managing cross-border prefabrication for Australian builders. The previous iterations of Billy have managed over 1.6 million in US dollar in fabrication and earned over 150,000 in US dollar in revenue. these are all the projects under our management right now, and the feedback we're getting from the projects continuously improve our data set and product experience. Now we're ready to roll out Billy to
Time's up.
Australia
Please wrap
and
up
the
in one
United States and
sentence.
beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, please.
I have two. Oops, sorry. I have two questions. One question is, do you have any Chinese version? Like how you're going to tackle the GBA? Because as what I know is a lot of foremen and frontline workers, they don't really speak or using English. And the second thing is, how can you, you know, it's perfect for management, but how can you get the frontline workers or the foremen to use it? Because they are busy, packed it all day. So yeah.
Thank you for the question. Our initial market focus is Australia and the United States, but obviously we're focusing on Hong Kong as well. We're rolling it out to Hong Kong as well. As for Chinese, it is definitely not an issue because the large language models now encompass Cantonese and Mandarin. And most recent OpenAI update actually provides a speech-to-text model for Cantonese as well. So we've tested this product with frontline workers in Hong Kong. I've been to construction sites in Hong Kong, speaking to frontline foremen, and they've tested our demo with us. And it proves that it has a very, very smooth translation from Cantonese. Colloquial Cantonese, you know, verbal input just from voice or typing. It turns it into a professional English issue, and that is where we are getting very positive feedback for the product experience.
Sorry, quick follow-up question.
Yep.
So is it qualified to enter the DWSS, the government over 50 million scheme that you can, you know, the construction have to use the DWSS, right? So is it type of the DWSS as well?
Possibly, I would have to look into that, but currently we are doing it very organically. We are going to construction sites in Australia. I've just come back from Australian a trip where I went to 20 construction sites doing the demo and getting feedback.
Hi, this is David from Singapore. Just wonder about your BD cycle for each of the clients. How long does it take to take onboarding them?
So currently, because the key differentiation between us and traditional SaaS is that our product is designed to be zero hurdle, no training required. It onboards client like, you know, just like WhatsApp. We tell our clients, you use it like WhatsApp. How you use instant messaging or emails to communicate project issues, use Billy in the same way. So for example, in Australia in the past week, I was in Australia for two days only, and I was able to go to 20 sites, talking to 20 project teams already. So we estimate that to reach our first 10 million US dollar revenue, we would have to onboard about 200 businesses that's willing to use Billy, paying half of what they're paying to Procore, like our competitor right now. And that's what gets us to the first $10 million revenue. And I can estimate that we are able to reach 200 construction projects in 2 weeks' time, pitching to them, not conversion, pitching. So it's a very fast sort of like go-to-market cycle.
Does your management team kind of related to the construction industry? Anything that your previous experience that you have been doing with the industry? Yeah.
Definitely. So our construction team is, our product team is construction native. Henry, our head of product, who is also here today, he comes from P&T Architecture, over 10 years in architectural and construction management experience. Myself, I come from a construction management experience. After doing a gig at UBS, I basically went straight into construction. So I've had project experience over 6 years managing large-scale construction projects, civil contracts, contract administration, and the whole end-to-end process of construction. So Oliver is our AI engineer. He's also had over 10 years of AI engineering experience. So his expertise in this domain is very deep.
This is Tristan from HSBC. Yeah. So do you have a plan for your fundraising?
Yes, we do. We need money to go to market. We need money to build our product. So definitely we are fundraising right now. So at the moment, we are raising around $2 million US to help us launch Billy to both Australia, Hong Kong, and possibly the United States.
Okay, and you can choose not to answer this question. So what is the current cash burn runway of your company?
We have a very lean team. So currently our team is a team of 6. We possibly add on one more app developer, and we're also under funding from the government for the RTH funding for all of our developers.
Hi, this is Benny from UBS. Thank you. We're
ex-colleagues.
Ex-colleagues. Yeah. So, congratulations on this model. I think the industry, as you said, right, is very underpenetrated and a very good, good disruptor to this. But I'm just thinking out loud in terms of the product that you produce. I guess the report, are they very much like standardized, or is it require a lot of customization based on each individual project? If that is the case, how are you going to scale up, right? Because if each of this specific site or project have specific needs, based on the team that you currently have, how are you going to scale up the business?
Please answer in one question or in one sentence.
At the moment, the existing SaaS is already doing this, and they have a pretty fluent, standardized model. But it relies on a lot of human input, putting the data in the right place to get the output that they want. So what we have done is completely redefine this. We are an AI native input and output workflow, which means all the frontline workers and 99% of the industry can actually participate in data management themselves.
It's got to be one sentence. I'm sorry.
Okay. But the output is also very, very much the company task driven. So both the input and the output, it can be customized.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, judges, to all the wonderful questions. Next up, the next startup is to showcase their innovation is a sustainability-focused company called i2Cool. So please board the stage. All right, so you have 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Martin, co-founder of i2Cool Limited. As you see, we are doing the electricity-free cooling technology to solve the problem of global warming and climate change. Because of the extremely hot weather, we suffer from the high temperature, bad thermal comfort, and high energy consuming for the air conditioning system. That's why we need a solution to break these bad conditions to improve the conditions of our living. And our research team based in City University of Hong Kong investigate the Sahara silver ant since 2015. We want to figure out why this animal can survive in the hot desert. And we found out that it can dissipate its body heat to the cold universe through 8 to 30 micron wavelength that can pass through the atmosphere. And then the heat can be absorbed by the universe. That's why we can generate the cooling power without any energy input. And then we adopt this cooling principle into our product. For example, the eye paint for the building's roof and envelope, also the film product for the glass windows. And we can also adopt to the vehicles paint and also the textile fabric ceramic for rider application. And our technology for cooling ceramic was just got published on Science last week because our innovative optical model that can optimize the material structure to facilitate the cooling. And in the real application, you can see that we can significantly reduce the surface temperature and indoor temperature of the buildings and reduce 40% of the air conditioning system energy consumption. And currently, we have been applied to more than 100 projects in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and Middle East, saving more than 600,000 kilograms of the carbon emission globally. And actually, over the past 1.5 years, we have raised more than 38 million Hong Kong dollars. And notably, Professor Li Zhexiang, founder of the DJI, joined our board members team. And we also apply to other applications, not only the buildings, but also the new energy equipment, storage conditions, to improve the storage conditions of the containers in different industry. And we also do it in a B2C roadmap product like this kind of cooling textile for umbrella and also the clothing material for better personal thermal comfort for rider application. And we actually do the direct sales distribution channel, and also we can do the co-R&D with some other big manufacturers to have a better product roadmap. And we hope we can have a sustainable business model in the coming 1 to 2 years with continuous R&D. And now currently we have done many projects such as some big golden case in the Dubai Mall to showcase our cooling performance in not only just Hong Kong, but also the Southeast Asia, Middle East, and the Greater China. And in the future, we are doing some new product, for example, the materials for ceramic for the ground, for the paved material, for the road, and many different applications for the whole community for a green application to promote the carbon neutrality globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges, please.
Hi, this is Binny from UBS. So I have to make a disclaimer because you have presented in our UBS Disruptive Technology CEO Summit earlier, and it was very, very well received. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And then I know recently it's just not with Hong Kong GBA, but you also have, sales, like I guess like customers from Middle East, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
congratulations,
Thank
big
you,
congrats.
thank
And I mean, as a Hong Konger, very proud to have seen your technology. So I guess my question here is, how are you thinking about, like the affordability, right? Because I think the prices is actually quite high. I guess, I think it's down the road. Like, how are you thinking to lower down the cost and then making it more affordable? And I guess for property developer, from a cost efficiency perspective.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, because currently we do lot in a very large scale. We have you can say a semi-scale factory in Guangzhou. So our core technology actually are some nanoparticles that are added into the normal polymer we bought from the market. So if we can have a larger scale, I mean in terms of productivity, we can keep the cost maybe 50% lower than currently, so that we can reduce the price. So currently we do the market strategy by providing our solution as a technology to reduce the energy costs of the building owners or the equipment owners, and then we can calculate the payback period to them. So we are not just the normal paint. We can keep the normal functions of the paint or other construction materials, but we also provide the energy saving portfolio for the users to calculate the payback period, which other product cannot.
A quick question here, sorry, just a follow-up. So when you're looking into different geographies, right? Because I'm sure if you're going into Middle East or Europe, you probably find, is it because they also have an ESG mandate, right? I guess to step up what they do.
Yeah.
What are you finding in terms of across the regions when you're trying to pitching your product? Because there's regulatory requirement, yeah?
Yeah. And they also very focus very much on the ESG, because for our product, we not just reduce the cost of operation, but we also improve the thermal comfort of the users. For example, in the Middle East, some workers are they suffer a lot from the bad thermal comfort, especially for those outdoor workers. They need to work at the daytime, in the noon, and they suffer a lot from that. We combine our technology with some more different products, not just the construction materials, but also the B2C, like the textile. Then they can use it as their protective coat to prevent from the heat stroke for their workers. So this is another value we can add to our customers, that we are not just reduce your cost, but we also can facilitate your ESG initiative that you can put into your annual report.
How durable is your paint?
We provide 10-year warranty to our clients currently. And because our technology is just the additive we add into the water-based emulsion or some other emulsion, so the durability or the lifespan is very depends on what kind of polymers we select. We can customize it for different requirement of different industries.
So, sorry, a follow-up question. So, for let's say for skyscrapers, right? Do you do it on like existing buildings, or you need to do it on a new building? You paint it on the glass before you build the building.
Oh, and for the glass, we have the iFilm product. For the glass window, that is semi-transparent. This kind you can see that this one for the high-rise buildings. We can do both existing and new buildings, because we got the Beam Plus product. The green product that the owners can have extra credits by using our technology.
Do you have any existing client in mainland China or Hong Kong? And also, do you pass those 5 regulations already in Hong Kong?
We have. I think we have more than 60 different clients in Hong Kong, and also a few big clients in mainland China, because we need to do some POC and the real projects over the past 1 year. And our project is, our product is not just a single product, the paint, but we have more than 10 different paints to fulfill the regulations for different countries or different areas. Like, for example, in Hong Kong, the VOC emission is regulated in less than 50 grams per liter, but in mainland China, it's 100. So we have different classifications and products for different areas.
Where do you see your company in 5 years? Are you going to license out your technology, or are you going to build a big factory?
Yeah, this is a good question. And for the licensing part, we will do it as a co-branding or co-R&D with the big manufacturers. For example, last month I went to Japan and met with some paint manufacturers. Then they are very interested in have a co-branding product with us. The model can be that we can sell our core materials, I mean the nanoparticles
Time's
to
up.
them.
Please wrap
and
up
then,
in one
yeah,
sentence.
They combine with their emotions for that.
Thank you very much. Good job. I2 Cool. Now we're moving on to our 8th team. And the next company to take the stage is the Industry 4.0 startup, Visionaries 777. All right, please both the stage and prepare yourself. You have 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams now.
All right, hello everyone. So for those who want a workplace like a factory, like a commercial building, shopping malls, hotel, you may have heard of some of the following problems. That basically there are more and more data to manage. Thousands of paper records laying around, work orders are piling up, while the cost is rising, the people are job hopping. So basically your workload is increasing while the resources did not. So while we haven't quite figured out a technology to increase the budget, we think we found a way to simply make work less. So introducing Inspeckey, a powerful way for you to thrive through your data. We basically expand your spreadsheet into a beautiful 3-dimensional map, so you can easily find a specific record between 1,000 square feet of space, assign work orders with location detail to your team, a stunning new way to operate through camera. So you can see real-time information, work guidance right in front of you. And if in a few taps, your checklist is done, your report is automatically generated with photos, captured, machine readings, all done. It's so simple, basically. There's nothing new for a team to learn. And a magical way to train with AR. Again, simply follow workflows that live within the space. You can upskill, reskill anytime. We've seen a person who done a 2 hours training in under 40 minutes without a trainer supervised, making 0 mistake. So basically, onboarding is much quicker. Our 3D mapping technology is simply 50% faster than the current beacon sensors, way more accurate than Wi-Fi signals, works completely offline, and spatial computing technology simply open up way more, innovative possibilities. In the past 4 years, we've landed between 6 markets in 12 countries. And the best part, you can totally start for free. You can simply download our apps right now, create an account, scan your space, and you're good to go. So technically, we can scale to anywhere in this planet. And the reason we can achieve all this is because Visionaries has been the technology R&D partner for some of the top global brands for the past 10 years, with deep industry expertise and understand what business really needs. So get in touch today to get spatial computing for your workplace and invest in our business if you want to see your business, investment on this map. Thank you.
Judges, please.
What are you, sorry.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you share your traction in the past 2 years? How much of that is kind of project-based and how much is a recurring subscription?
So basically, we have 2 teams. We have one BD focusing on the Western market, while I myself focus in the Asian market, including Japan, Hong Kong, Indonesia, and New Zealand. So pretty much we have 3 to 4 new partners signing up as a distribution partner between those countries. And we are already seeing a development in Mexican, such as 7-Eleven, Starbucks, which they've done a POC with us. Between the over 100 of shops, retail across the countries, to train the employee, make sure works are done in a standard approach, make sure they got photos records whenever they're working to ensure they're actually on site doing the job. So we are working hard on that.
So you mentioned Starbucks and all these retail shops. So what pain points are you actually solving?
So the problem is, as a headquarter, it's hard to oversee over hundreds of shops across the country. There's a case that they find out they never clean up the coffee machine for like a week. So you can never tell that with paper record. Even a photo record, you can fake it. But now we're using AR technology. You have to be there. The picture snap when you're working, because we identify the user location by the camera visual. There's no way you can cheat the system.
Any more questions by judges? We still have 3 minutes.
When do you think you can convert your POC customers to paying customers? Like which year, how long is the project?
Well, usually it takes around 3 months for POC. So basically we can deploy like in a week. For example, we have done ICC in Hong Kong, and we scan the whole site and set up tasks like a small scale patrol demo for them. This could be done within a week. And after they review the result, pretty much they want to see if the team knows how to use this technology. Because most of the time, those frontline workers, they're not really having any like a technical background. But we make it really, really simple. For the past 4 years, we really want to bring such an advanced technology to everyone's hand. It's so hard to do that, actually. And in 3 months, they're happy with the result, and they're happy to pretty much sign it up for a year's annual deal, scan additional area, and cover more operations, such as access management, preventive maintenance, training, patrol system, and the rest of it.
What's your major client? Is it property management or retail or developer?
It really comes down to the regions. Like for Hong Kong, our top client is definitely the property developers, because they see they have a real challenge in manpower, human resources. The people are jumping between jobs. And every time there's new guys coming in, you need to train them. It actually adds up. And the second top concern is like a hotel, because housekeeping, when you clean up a room, there's over 80 tasks. It's so hard to train. The supervisor had to sit there for 2 hours to watch the guy. So again, it solved a huge problem. They just throw in the mobile phone and start got to work. And photos, automatic capture, seeing the web result, all done remotely. So, but for other regions, like in the Western market, we would say we're focusing developing the franchise, because they have way larger, in terms of the country size. They are with the shops, the distance way more, compared to Hong Kong, So it really comes down to the regions.
Do you mind if you share a little bit more about your team background and your annual revenue, if you have any you could show?
So actually, our company is a French company. We 2 founders are actually from France, and we also come with a guy from Colombia, and I'm the one focusing in the Hong Kong. I'm from Hong Kong and from the UK. So I do have a technical background, and we've got over 35 people between developers, designers, sales, and the rest of it. So, but our company actually doing more than just inspecting. We do have project, like what I showed you, with clients from
Time's up. Please wrap up.
From Europe and the US. So that pretty much is.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for this moment, can I please invite all of our judges to board the stage for a couple group photos? So would everyone please join me on stage, all of our judges? Thank you. And everyone in the first row, please do join us as well. So let's take a photo for this segment. Thank you so much. As I said, not the easiest job. It's very intense, very high in adrenaline, and lots of work for our judges. Thank you, everyone. Please join us and take a photo together. All right, please follow the instructions of the photographer so that we have the perfect standing positions. All right. And I believe we have video going on as well. So everyone, please hold on to your smiles. Making sure we have the best photo possible. All right. Let's just take a few more just in case. All right. Center camera, yep, right there, perfect. Okie dokies. Thank you. And after this, judges, please remain on the stage. After this photo, please stay on the stage for our judges. And everyone in the first row, please return to your seats. Thank you. And can I please invite all the members of Team A to join our judges on stage? All the members of Team A, please join us. Yes, please join us for this group photo. Thank you, judges, for remaining on stage. All of our members of Team A, please come on stage and join us. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great round of pitches going on. And taking this moment, just want to say special thanks to our sponsors. As you see, the water provider for today is WaterGen. Awesome company. They've been pulling water actually from air. Pretty cool, right? I know, given how humid Hong Kong is, absolutely great technology. All right, one more photo. And of course, another one is Determinate, which is the sponsor for our t-shirts today. Amazing how they managed to dye the t-shirts without using water. I know, I have no idea how they do it, but very good for the environment. Thank you so much. All right. Awesome. Let's give them a big round of applause again. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you so much. Thank you, judges, for all of your hard work. And thank you to all the startups who just presented their innovative ideas. And did I mention about the QR code? Everyone, please direct your attention to the screen right here. There will be a QR code because as our judging panel is sorting out the scores, meanwhile, everyone, let's get ready for a change of pace as we'll be moving into our next set of panel discussions. Now, this year we choose Imagine the Future as our event slogan because technology is shaping the future in a variety of ways, and Web3 is only one of them. It is time to dig deep into the question of how Web3 will impact our daily lives. To shed light on this subject, we've assembled a panel of experts. Please proceed on stage. Ms. Veronica Machinek, and she is the founder and CEO of Future is Meta. Mr. Philip Pond, CEO, Artifact Labs. Mrs. Samson Lee, CEO of Signum Digital and CoinStreet Partner, as well as Mr. Oscar Wendell, Director of MCH Global, who will be moderating this discussion. And I will hand the stage over to you all.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. So today's discussion is called How Will Web3 Shape Our Day-to-Day Lives in the Future? And maybe we should first start and ask the question if Web3 will shape our day-to-day lives in the future. And I wanted to have this discussion about the business opportunities that Web3 brings. And we're very lucky to have such a diverse panel representing different sectors. We have Philip, who is with Artifacts, building the Spotify of art and representing the art and IP rights. And Mr. Sam Lee with the financial expert on tokenization. And Veronica, who is building metaverses. So you can say she's the one who is building the marketplace and where the distribution of the digital assets will be taking place. So I was hoping that this discussion can really give a view on what Web3 is as an opportunity, and separating Web3 from being a pure crypto play and speculative, and more about Web3 as a technology enabling businesses. And I wanted to start by you, Philip, introducing yourself and what you do.
Thank you, Oscar. My name is Philip. I'm the CEO of Artifact Labs, and Oscar had asked me this question before we got on stage, and I gave it a lot of thought. The practical reality, as we know, is crypto and, let's say, NFTs in Gen 1 were really predicated on speculation, really predicated on trading, and that has clearly met a rejection from the market. Gen 2, we fundamentally see a big change where NFTs and digital assets really have to solve real-world use cases. They really have to make things better so that we go from Web 2 to Web 3. And so at Artifact Labs, what we're focused on is building ostensibly the Spotify for art. So we work with museums, galleries, the creator economy, and help them first protect their art, protect their IP, second, make it more accessible globally, and then third, create a monetization platform for them. Because practically speaking, if there's no real-world use case for businesses to make money, it really stays stuck in a speculative bubble. And for us, we don't see much future in that, so that's why we are really pioneering use cases around digital assets and really helping real businesses, real institutions solve real problems.
So the problem you're solving, why does it need Web3? Why does it need to be decentralized? And why can't you just do this as a platform to sell art and have customers?
Yeah, it's a great question. So number one, I think if you look at what's happened in the last few months this year, you've seen two specific examples of where when museums, who are really the guardians of these artifacts, perhaps take their eye off the ball. So you saw British Museum. They have 8 million artifacts. They were actually having their art sold on eBay, and they didn't even realize. And when they were questioned about it, they did not have a digital registry to actually understand what they held and what they were responsible for preserving through history. Closer to home, Taiwan Palace Museum, they were actually hacked, and all of their digital images for all of their artwork was stolen and put on Taobao within minutes and sold for a fraction of the value. And so when we talk to museums and say, look, what we can do is help you first create that digital registry, that digital twin, so it is preserved immutably on the blockchain, cannot be altered through AI regeneration, cannot be altered by a bad actor or lost. Number one, for them, they go, we absolutely need to do this. The second piece that we do is we now make all of these artworks accessible globally. 90+% of art in a museum sits in storage. So it's not seen. It is the absolute example, definitionally, of a non-performing asset. And if you are holding 90% of your assets not earning money, it's like putting all of your Hong Kong dollar in your savings account and earning zero. So why would you do that? And so when we go to museums and say, look, once we preserve and protect, we can now apply IP rights to all of your artwork, all of the assets that you have, and then make it discoverable to the world. Not everyone is lucky enough to fly to London, fly to Paris, fly to New York, fly to Hong Kong, and see these priceless works of art. And when you make it available online, and you make it so that people have a legitimate sanctioned platform to purchase the IP rights to use it, whether it's for a screen, whether it's for a case-to-file case, whether it's for a t-shirt or a book, all of a sudden you will find that there's actually an enormous demand for this. Museums turn this down because they don't have the manpower to actually process it. So by doing it on-chain, we now also create an immutable record of that transaction, and it's all done by a smart contract, which makes it way more efficient than the Web 2 way of doing things. And so it becomes a very simple way for a museum to create a new revenue stream, protect their assets, and do things much more efficiently.
So this will change the lives of museums, but can you just clarify that when you do these IP rights for museums, you're going to have multiple marketplaces reselling the IP rights? And another question on that, how will it shape the lives of the consumers in creating, accessing art?
When you think of a museum, their number one mission is to protect and preserve. Their second mission is actually to make art accessible. They are searching for the next patron, the next Picasso, the next Van Gogh, the next artist who wants to create. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of kids who don't get an opportunity to see this stuff because they're just living in the wrong city. And so how this is going to change, everyday lives is frankly making all of this art, all of these assets available and easily accessible to anyone with an internet connection. And that's a lot of people.
You're working with Samsung, or can you mention that?
Well, right now we're in discussions with quite a number of institutions and a number of partners. An example would be Casetify. Casetify, everyone has an iPhone or a Samsung phone, and on the back of their phone, they would love to have art. And so being able to, work with museums and make those assets available so they can be consumed by consumers, just from a beautification perspective, that is moving the ball forward. We're, with the museums we talk to, there are use cases like Samsung Smart TV and Samsung Art. You have a beautiful 50-inch screen rotating through the world's most impressive artworks. And right now that's starting to be possible, but our mission is to make basically every piece of art available. If you wanted to see Van Gogh, for example, you would have to go to probably a dozen plus museums. And actually, some of the best works sit in private collections, so not actually accessible. So our mission is actually to make all of that accessible, so you can actually see it in one place. And Veronica is doing that work as well, so it's a nice segue there. And at the same time, we're working around tokenization for specific assets as well, which would be a nice segue to the work that Sam's doing.
So, Veronica, you're building metaverses. I guess this will really be the perfect use case for curating art and bringing together the people that are interested to talk about art. Tell me how you think this will impact the interest for art and building metaverses.
Sure, absolutely. I don't, I have to clarify that metaverse is not necessarily Web3, can exist without. It's just the way I look at the metaverse is a 3D future of the internet, whether it is backed by blockchain or not. But it can actually benefit from bringing tokenized assets, which can be held in these virtual galleries. The collections that Phil just mentioned that are completely dispersed or hidden can be exposed and accessible for a broad audience, which brings inclusion to art, to not only to art but to any token, any assets that we display virtually. And the way I see actually Web3 and metaverse is really the aspect of community is very important. So
how would you build a metaverse museum with the art from artifacts? Describe what I would reach when I walk into.
I guess it depends. What art, which artists. What's nice is that metaverse virtual worlds don't have to deal with gravity and pipes and other difficulties that we face in real world buildings. So there's, the spaces can actually be works of art themselves. And what we see in Roblox these days, most teenagers between 14 and 19 years old are playing in a platform called Roblox, where every participant can create their own spaces, and they have equal rights to do that. So it's opening up a new world of opportunities for young, talented creators who can do, try to become artists.
Yes, so the world of finance is an art as well, I would say, and Sam Lee is a master. Tell me, how can we jump on the opportunity to use tokenization, and how would you take advantage of this opportunity?
Thank you. I wouldn't say I'm a master, I'm learn as I go. I'm Sam Lee, founder and CEO of ConStreet.
We're a 6-year-old company focused on tokenization. We talk about tokenization of both non-security tokens and the regulated security tokens, right? Because recently, you might be aware, Hong Kong have a very good framework for security tokens. If you look how Web3 changed our world from the tokenization point of view, all of our life, we have something, many things valuable around us, right, with value. Blockchain or token is a custodian agent of value. How do they store? In a decentralized network, first storage, right, recording the ownership information of who owns what, right? And then it turns into a non-security way, meaning maybe you own a chair, you own a building, well, maybe not building, a chair, maybe an artwork, right? If you own a piece of artwork with one token, the regulator already defined is not a securities. But when we try to fractionalize something and turn it into an investable product, it might become a securities, right? Which is fine. We can look at it by 2 dimensions, right? So one dimension is security and non-securities. The other dimension is tangible and non-tangible, right? For example, when we talk about crypto, we are tokenizing non-tangible asset, right? And trying to be in a non-security way, but sometimes they cross the line and become securities. But when we tokenize a building, for example, it's a tangible asset, and we tokenize it in a security ways. So it becomes security tokens, in a way, an investable product. So just by doing that, I think it can change the ways we invest, the ways we fundraise for projects, and we can facilitate this financial transaction in a new ways.
I would add to it because it also brings maybe assets that are not very accessible, like investments in real estate or wine or any type of asset that closer to broader audience and broader customer base. So, and through that, they also are more keen to learn about it. So it's popular.
But going back to how there is the financial aspect to it, and speculation is always very good when you're on the winning end, I would say. Not that it happens to me very often. But in terms of Web3 technologies empowering businesses, you Philip, it's a very clear example of that. And I think, do you see that with more interest and more investment that it can help the community of artists?
Look, I think the practical reality of Web3 is, and frankly for digital assets or crypto, everyone describe it as, everyone is looking for the killer app, right? What is the killer app that's actually going to drag us from Web 2 into Web 3 that's not, speculative, right? And so what we really believe in and what we're trying to solve for is actually making something that happens today in the Web 2 world more efficient, more accessible, and priced better, right? That's what every business does in the world, right? How do we make what we do cheaper, faster, and more accessible? And so Web 3, with all the piping that happens on blockchain, really can make it happen for very specific use cases. And so I think what we found is one where there's 100,000 museums around the world, and therefore there's hundreds of millions of pieces of art that need to be experienced and need to be explored. And with partners like RMST, Titanic, there's new things that are being discovered every day that they want to make available for people to learn and discover and build communities. And so we found a very benign use case. Who hates on museums? Everyone likes museums, right? Who hates on art? No one hates on art. It's very personal. It's very enjoyable for us to kind of discover these things and aesthetically find value in them and in the academic journey that happens with that. All of us remember times when we were school kids getting on a bus and going to a museum. It's actually fun. And then what this is actually doing is it's planting the seeds for the future patrons for museums, the future donors, the future artists that are going to come up, the future historians who want to learn about the Titanic and learn about all the artifacts that came out of it and why that matters, right? And so we're just one company trying to figure this out, but I know there's hundreds of companies trying to figure out what is the killer app for Web3.
But what you're describing here, digitizing all this art and also building metaverses, there's a lot of legwork. I mean, when you build a computer game, it's, I don't know, tens of thousands of hours and, you know, a decade of development. It's the same thing with digitizing the art and distributing it. And Web3, unless it adds money to the pie and enables it, it wouldn't be possible. But I want to hear from you, Veronica, like how you see as a builder of metaverses that you get the quality experience, because at the end of the day, you're looking at a screen of some sort. You're consuming the art, the game, or the video, or whatever. And how is Web3 making that a better experience?
I think really actually what Metaverse does is extending the lifetime of things, for physical events, or expanding the reach of physical spaces like a museum. You know, Web3 or Metaverse don't try to compete. Like tokenized assets just add value or preserve value. Metaverse spaces don't try to replace reality. They just add another pocket that you can visit, another room to a museum. So the same way as it works with physical events like this one, in case of if someone can't visit physically, they could join us in the virtual venue of this event. And that venue not only would be accessible worldwide, but could serve as a networking space as well, could broadcast this panel the same way, similar way to, I guess, Zoom, but in a much more interactive and immersive way. And most importantly, it can be open throughout the year. So even for events that happen once a year or once a quarter, they can have a chance to bring people together on more regular basis to, present content, event highlights, and maybe even organize some sessions, some workshops throughout the year.
I think that's a really good point, because we don't necessarily have to do everything in Web3. The Web2 is actually really good, right? Yeah. And digitalization and tokenization is completely different, right? We can digitize everything in Web2 already. Very good experience with the media, with the content and all that. I think Web3, the fundamental, at least to me, everyone might have different views, is about the decentralized network and the custodian of value. How do we tokenize, store the value? Web3 is internet of value, right? So we have to make use of Web3 to do the settlement, the ownership, right? How do we facilitate change hand? Whether those are value or no, there's monetary transaction, or whether it's investment or not investment, but it's still facilitating change of ownership, right? Using decentralized network.
I think there's two major paradigm shifts that are happening in Web3. There's many, but two that I'd highlight. Number one, the creator economy is what's new. That's changed. People are making a living on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram. That wasn't happening 10 years ago, right? So that's number one. So cultural consumption is happening in a fundamentally different way. And businesses have to adapt to how cultural consumption is taking place nowadays. If we were all just selling books, it's just not happening, right? So how are we being educated? How are we learning? How are kids today learning? They're sitting in Roblox. They're sitting in different platforms that 10 years ago didn't exist, right? And so I think that's what I'd really emphasize around Web3. Cultural consumption is changing, and then the creator economy is what's driving all of this. And if businesses don't adapt to it, they will be left behind. And this is why museums for us are really excited about what we're trying to do, because it's allowing them to leapfrog into this space while not giving up what they do in real life, because it's still not quite an either or, right? So the physical still matters. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah, we have time for questions, I believe. If there are any, I've got an iPad. I'm told I can get questions on this popping up. While we wait for some questions to come on, then maybe I'd like to follow up on this, that audience and consumption is the key to media. Like, unless you can have digital assets, if they're not traded on and there's no demand for them, it doesn't matter that they're an asset that can be traded. And when you look at any, like look at Netflix, that's a walled garden, obviously, and it's the opposite of being decentralized. And the value of Netflix is in the investment they've made in creating their own content and protecting it. I wonder if Web3, I think often when Web3 is discussed, it's almost like you slap Web3 onto it and then you can create value magically. It doesn't matter that it's Web3 if the content doesn't have any demand.
I think you know there is something called creator staking pools where you can use the assets to follow creators, and actually blockchain is a very good technology that can drive that. Imagine that the future of YouTube or Netflix, where you can produce a movie and actually get monetized on it. So platforms that are open to creators or studios, because I don't really believe that it should be everyone should be creating stuff. Not everyone wants to create. There are those who like it and do it very well. There are those who don't. But those who want to and can will, I believe, in the future have opportunity to upload or present their work on platforms where not only people will see it, but people will be able to donate or chip in or actually pay for that creator to create more of that content. So by the use of blockchain technology, this can happen worldwide very quickly with with literally unlimited transactions.
That would be very advantageous. I mean, that would really add diversity, because in most industries, when you're measuring Netflix, Amazon, HBO, and in the music industry as well, it tends to be that it gets concentrated to very few that has all the power.
I think that's...
Sorry. So when I say token is custodian of value, so when we think about in any production cycle, there's a value chain, right? Value being created along the value chain. And all that value can be stored in a token format on-chain, right? You think about, many people talk about tokenizing carbons. So tokenizing carbons, all the value not necessarily being captured by the owner of a forest. You think about people planting the trees, you know, people irrigating it, growing it with the seed, all those value can be captured. So if a carbon credit transaction is done, I think everybody who captured the value should be compensated. And we can do that with Web3.
I'm going to pivot slightly off of that. Coming back to Web3 and how it impacts our lives. Ultimately, you know, we live in a world now where, I agree with you, Oscar, a finite number of platforms largely control distribution and therefore control the economics. Web3 and the creator economies are ultimately trying to disrupt that and ultimately trying to put more of the value in the creators and less of the value in the platform owners. The only way to do that effectively is through some degree of tokenization, you know, storing of value or transfer of value, auditing and capturing who is using what and consuming. And I think that is how it's going to change our lives on a day-to-day basis. People will choose to do new things in life because they can now monetize their talents in fundamentally different ways, and not necessarily, if they choose to, they can choose to be, let's call it, more independent, platform independent. And I think that's really exciting in the Web3 space. You know, there's going to be people who will really change the world this way. And that's
I believe
the
so too.
part. Yeah.
And we have some questions from the audience here. How do you see generative AI redefine the tokenization and creator economy? Who would like to take that?
I look at AI as a support system for creators and for any kind of work, really. It's virtual assistant that can help us develop things faster, quicker, to brainstorm ideas, and in some cases also to create final, I guess, pieces of art or or work. I've seen these tools that where you can type what PowerPoint presentation needs to be about, and AI does not only the text but also images that go into it, and exports a PDF for you. I'm not saying it's the best way of doing presentations, but it is an option, and it's an option where you can compare your ideas and what you would do with someone else without actually spending much time on it. So it's definitely assisting role that I see.
I kind of see AI is, frankly speaking, the genie has left the bottle. It's out. You can't put it back in, right? So that's number one. Number two, legal frameworks will not be caught up. It'll always be lagging to the technology. So we are only now starting to see legal frameworks come in to protect artists from AI regenerative work, derivative works, ostensibly. For us, this is actually wonderful because it actually validates what we do. We actually create the original digital twin, the unadulterated real copy, the true copy, and that is immutably preserved in the blockchain. So if you want to do generative AI off of it, in some ways, God bless. It's going to happen anyways. But if you want to see the true copy, here's what the Mona Lisa actually looked like. And, you know.
We're talking about the creator economy here, right? And generative AI, it's derivative of something else. There's nothing new. And if I was just thinking about rock music, there hasn't been a new rock band since Coldplay, essentially. And U2 just opened a concert, a stay in Las Vegas. And when you look at the numbers of listeners on Spotify, the only rock being listened to, which is still one of the main genres, is 20, 30 years old. So, I mean, if it's so easy to gain an audience by copying what's been done in the past, well, it's not a formula for winning and building an audience, I would say, with anything. When you look at getting a hit, it's something that is either so exceptionally good that it captures an audience and it can't be ignored, like Adele, or somebody like Lady Gaga that I've never seen this. This really captures my interest. So I hear, I mean, AI is the word, right? But when it comes to art, the human factor can't be taken out of it, I would say. And want to hear your comments.
Well, I think to fix this, we really have to start from the beginning, right? Because in the creation process, even for the AI, I believe every AI, to be really good AI, need to be trained. We need to figure out a way to really capture the value going in, starting from training the AI, right? The problem now is all these centralized platform. They took all our data and train an AI and capitalize all the value, right? If we do this right, everyone involved, everyone's data being used to train an AI should be compensated.
But my point is, with the creator economy and building an economy, you need to be able to create content that someone pays for. And personally, I haven't seen that happening. Everyone says you can do an AI-generated influencer, but I think it's the real human flaws that really attract us to follow an influencer in the first place. And if you know that it's not real, I don't think it can really generate.
Sorry, we have, can you please wrap up in 1 minute? We're quite over time.
1 minute.
Sorry.
Last statements from each one of you.
Thank you so much.
Veronica, with you.
I'm looking forward to the future, to see when all these technologies come together and will be easy to use and available to everyone.
For me, I think I'm just hopeful. I'm hopeful that we find a way. There's a lot of things happening. But I do believe for Web3 to be successful, we will see the killer apps coming this generation. I really believe it.
Well, when we look at Web 2, you know, the bubble burst and the market only go to a new peak when we have the smartphone come out as a tipping point, as a catalyst. For Web 3, I think the catalyst, because we are talking about like asset transaction, change of ownership, I think the catalyst is regulation. And the regulation is here, so I think we are now ready to take on a new jump to a new peak.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the sharing. Thank you. Everyone, please take a photo before returning to your seats. And thank you so much, Oscar, for moderating this panel for us. And just a kind reminder for the judges for Team B, please do attend the briefing right now that is happening at the Serenade Chinese restaurant, which is right above where the registration booth is, where I'm pointing. So please go there for the briefing. Team B judges. Thank you so much once again. Everyone, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. All right. And everyone should be excited because Web3 is about to play a much, much bigger role in our daily lives. And with this in mind, you'll be wondering if Hong Kong, if we could become the next global Web3 hub. Well, that's a good question, isn't it? This is a thought-provoking question, and everybody in the audience, please do direct your attention as we have a QR code for you if you would like to submit any questions during our discussions. Now, without further ado, everyone, let's greet our next set of panels of speakers who will provide us with insightful sharings and their insights. They include Mr. Eric Wong, Head of Growth, Hong Kong, The Sandbox. Please join us on stage. Ms. Lucy Gasbarian, Founder and Managing Partner of Token Bay Capital. Please join us and make yourselves comfortable on stage. Mr. Sean Lee, Senior Advisor, Crypto Council for Innovation, Co-Founder of Odyssey Network. And everyone, also, please do welcome Miss Rachel Lee. She's the Senior Manager of FinTech from Cyberport to become our speaker for this session. Thank you so much for moderating. I will hand it over to you, Rachel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for joining. And we have three really exciting speakers here. And wanted to maybe start off with one very simple question. So there were a lot of exciting news announced by the Hong Kong government and regulators in the virtual asset space during Hong Kong FinTech Week 2 weeks ago. Could you share any similar efforts seen in other cities globally, and which jurisdictions are most well-positioned to be the next Web3 hub? Maybe shall we start with Lucy? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for any diehard people that are still here and listening to us. I'm enjoying being by the harbour. It's pretty gorgeous. Yeah, so I think, listen, Hong Kong's been on a long journey now of coming out with regulation for virtual assets, which has now morphed into something that we term Web3. From as far back as 2018. So pretty much every year they're looking to build on regulations, and as the technology advances, they are also looking to sort of keep up to date as much as they can with regulatory frameworks to support the industry. So it's been happening since 2018, but I think now fast forward to 2023, it's really picking up steam. And now at Hong Kong FinTech Week, rather than one sort of announcement about crypto, we get 4 or 5 different announcements, right? It's just like a slew of announcements and support for the industry. And, you know, keen to hear what the other panelists say, but I think a focus this year was very much on security tokens and, you know, tokenizing capital markets, and that really being what's going to sort of take us from, you know, a few hundred million users of blockchains and holders of crypto to the trillions and billions. So it was very focused on security tokens and tokenizing funds and having access to ETFs, which are already regulated investment vehicles, and you know, a path to allowing retail more and more participation and interaction with this technology. And so I think net, it was another bumper year for Hong Kong and the regulations and announcements. I don't know whether it beats last year. Last year was really exciting because you had every leader of Hong Kong on stage at Hong Kong FinTech Week saying, we are going to become a Web3 hub. And I think that took many of us who've been working in the industry by surprise, and it was such a welcome surprise. So that's my take. I think, we continue to march onwards, and versus other regulations around the world, we're definitely one of the top hubs, because you can't just have the innovators, you can't just have the startups, you also need that regulatory top-down support, and that's what we're getting, along with jurisdictions like Singapore, certainly jurisdictions in the Middle East, including Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But let's not forget, Europe has also announced regulation. Europe's got a population of 450 million people, and if you get a license in one jurisdiction, you're going to passport across 27 EU states. So don't discount Europe. Once that starts to catch on, that's going to be pretty invincible. And then obviously the US has the most to lose, so they are lagging. And I'll pass it over to my panelists for their thoughts on the regulatory landscape.
Maybe let's not talk about the US, because it gets pretty depressing these days in the Web3 space. But the fact that Hong Kong, this is now the second year in which we are not only not losing momentum, but actually accelerating towards a lot of the activities that the government says they're going to do, the regulator says that they're going to do, and the large innovators and the ecosystems are continuing to build. I think that part has been very favorable. I think from my part, what I was particularly pleased to see in terms of Hong Kong is developers coming to Hong Kong, right? I think we've all known that Hong Kong has been a financial hub, very focused on kind of banking and capital markets. Developer talent has always been somewhat lacking for the last probably 2-3 decades. But the fact that many of the Web3 developers, protocol owners, founders are coming to Hong Kong, some of them are actually relocating to Hong Kong, that to me is a clear sign that they not only see that Asia is the place to be in terms of expanding their footprint, but also choosing Hong Kong to be a base of operations for either fundraising or continue to build or continue to work with the government. That to me is the next step in terms of what Hong Kong have done. So within the last 12 months, I think we've really gone very, very far. I think 2 years ago, we would never thought we'll be hosting something like this, in TST, talking about Web3, but I think we'll be pulled off the stage. But I think right now the environments have been very different.
Yeah, I would like to share something about actually what we are doing in Sandbox, actually, because it's quite special, because we have got like 70 partners in local Hong Kong. They come from like banking, F&B, transportations, so everything almost they really get into this Web3 area. So this is helping us to build the metaverse as well. So just recently to share, this year, August, actually we have the very first Web3 campaign with Hong Kong McDonald's. So this is their very first campaign that housing in Hong Kong, but not the other regions. So this gives us a very big support for how we are gonna build this ecosystem in especially Hong Kong area. So at the same time, we are not just getting support from the corporate, but also with educations. So there's quite a lot of educations, such as like Hong Kong UST and Hong Kong DI. They used to get their very first digital assets, and then to showcasing the students' creations upcoming for their graduations projects, and also they are looking forward to build quite a lot of content into it. So I think every use case has tried to prove that local Hong Kong is really ready to get more into this area.
Thank you. Thanks so much, everyone. And also for traditional industries in Hong Kong, especially the financial industry, to adopt Web3, what are the biggest challenges and opportunities you see in the next 2 years? Maybe we start with Xian.
So the traditional industry, I think, is starting to really pick it up, right? Especially given the fact that, we are a financial services hub. So you have been seeing, for example, I think it was last week, that HSBC is now getting into the game. They are now offering digital asset custody. They're going to be tokenizing a physical gold product. You have companies like UBS working with Bank of China International earlier this year and tokenizing debt securities and on public networks. So I think these are examples of traditional companies that are bridging between kind of using Web3 technology, but mapping on top of that the existing products and services that they're already offering into the market. So I think we're only going to see more of that. What I would like to see, this is my own personal view, is that if the Hong Kong government ever offers another tokenized bond product like they did earlier this year, they would consider launching it on public networks, right? Really coming into the ethos of Web3, making it more transportable, making it more kind of cross-border based, and making it most importantly, more inclusive, that anyone can be able to participate in there through the way of how they tokenize these products. So I think the enterprises are getting into the game. The gap obviously is a lot of the business model within Web3 is quite different than traditional in Web2. So that takes a little bit of time to kind of bring between the economic value on both sides, and also talent, right? I think a Web3 developer is not exactly the same as your Web2, Web1 developer, so there is some bit of a transition period, but it can be done. I have no doubt that it can be done.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the sharing. And how about Lucy? Could you share your insights?
Yeah, I think one of the big sticking points for institutions is really having to go against the grain of their DNA, which is to be a siloed, centralized intermediary that keeps their cards very close to their chest and doesn't share technology, doesn't share proprietary data, obviously very strict privacy rules. And it's sort of getting their head around moving from internal operating systems to shared infrastructure of blockchains that are not just shared with other institutions, but actually the entire world can access Ethereum and other public blockchains. And sort of getting comfortable that actually trading activity, the issuance, the trading, the settling of securities and other assets is moving onto public blockchains. And how are they going to uphold all the regulatory requirements that they're so used to building their business around when now you've got blockchains which are a public good, shared infrastructure, maintained 24/7 by global developers around the world, who knows where and who knows who they are. So it's really quite a fundamental shift in the way that institutions are looking to sort of operate. And that seismic shift is going to take time. But the amazing thing is having been in the space since 2018, the conversation from banks and institutions was like, no public blockchains, never going to happen, no tokens, no Ethereum. We'll do our private blockchain. So, the whole intranet versus internet argument where they're like, no, but what's the point of having a private blockchain? Then you have to worry about the corporate governance of who's going to do what on this private blockchain. So you end up going round in circles. The real change comes with embracing public blockchains. And the extraordinary thing is they are now starting to see the light, right? They are starting, as Sean said, they're issuing bonds on Ethereum. And not only are they embracing this public blockchain, but they're also open to how technology is developing around this to ensure that there's privacy and security and all these bells and whistles, which actually can be built into the architecture and the different layers of the blockchain ecosystem. So I think we're at this point where we're just about to open up to have institutions, individuals, this idea of things being borderless is really going to start taking off. And I think that's when we're going to get the real impact of how blockchains can change the functioning of global financial markets and how anything can become tradable and start moving around the world. So institutions, I think, have surprised us. I mean, HSBC as a mover in the blockchain space, guys, this is massive, and it's happened, actually, relatively speaking, quite fast.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I would like to build on what Lucy has been saying about using public blockchain and permissionless network versus some sort of a private blockchain. But the other like sort of trend that we also see is that with increasing regulatory and privacy and other considerations, there are also like different camps of blockchain infrastructure. So apart from like the tools that like we sort of talked about, there are also some like open network with like permissioned sort of layer or more of a privacy sort of solution built on top of it, or like being native in the network. So any like thoughts on like your sort of direction that you think the future will take us to, like in terms of like the structure of how these blockchain will be like structured? Thanks.
Actually, let me focus to talk about like Sandbox, what we are doing. Actually, we are talking about an open metaverse. Is we allow everyone to create something, to empower the creator, to make sure their creations, the ownership belongs to them, but not belongs to Sandbox. Yeah. It's quite different. Is why we are building up something related for education, because we really need to have more creator to join into this ecosystem, and then they start to develop their own business, and then they can contribute into this Web3 area as well. So what we have to do is we try to make sure that everything they created was on chain, so everything is traceable, and then they can make sure they can how to manage their own creations by the platform or by the service we provided. But at the same time, we also provide all the tools for them to get started with their own development. So actually, there's so many, like I would like to say, there's some primary school in local Hong Kong. They already get started to educate the youngest children to understand what is the concept about digital ownership. So they understand that when they play game, they kind of contributing into the creations. They can also, at the same time, they get started to understand what is the regulation, what is the ownership inside their mind. So this is what we are trying to do at the moment.
Thank you. Thanks, Serge. How about Xian?
Maybe I'll cover it from the regulatory side. I think the regulators are getting educated very, very quickly. And a lot of the notion of whether it's a public network, private network, a lot of those are becoming conversations that they're getting educated on and also having an opinion upon. So I think from that perspective, the notion of having a public network with assets that are sitting on top, very soon that's not going to be really a question that they're going to ask anymore. What they're going to ask, however, is going to be more around measures on KYC, AML, illicit finance, considerations, and then also they're going to ask questions about liability, right? So who actually owns the piece of asset, and who actually have the liability in terms of owning it or custodying it? What network it's actually running on top, that becomes less of an issue, especially as they continue to get more educated in this space. So I think that question is going to slowly go away, and it's going to go more towards, well, whether it's asset, whether it's physical or digital, the fundamental questions still need to be asked. Who owns it? Who can do what with it? And who are you really that actually own it? These are all fundamental questions that need to be there anyways. And yes, there are different tools in Web3 that can potentially mitigate a lot of the risk in that regard, but I think all of those will go away pretty soon.
Thanks. How about Lucy? Any thoughts on this?
I think we pretty much covered that in the last question. I feel like we're about to be judged. I'm pretty sure so they're going to start holding up numbers of how good our panel is. I'm not sure what's going on.
Thank you. And so as Web3 attracts more talents, and some are relocating due to like various reasons, and like Web3 talents are pretty fluid anyway. So do you think Hong Kong like stands out as a destination for these professionals and innovators? Shall we start with Eric?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. As mentioned, we tried so hard to develop from the youngest children. So I think they will be, actually they are the digital native users coming up. So everything they will be really, really familiar with that. And then I don't have to spend too much into this area anymore because they will automatically generate a lot of content to contribute into this area. So this is what we are trying to build at the moment. So definitely, I think Hong Kong will be very powerful in this area in the future.
Thank you.
I mean, education takes a long time. I think we really haven't had that technology-centric mentality from a curriculum perspective that's been over the last 20 years or so. So I'm very pleased to see that pretty much every university in Hong Kong now have either fintech programs or actually very specifically into blockchain and digital assets. These are very favorable to see because as you continue to educate them from the fundamental pillars, they will continue to start to think about what business models potentially they can get into. So I think that's very good. I actually co-founded a company a few years ago in Cyberport that actually focused on blockchain education for high school students, right? To get them actually started even earlier than that, right? Just try different things out. What does it mean by building and launching a token on a blockchain, and what does an NFT really do? And it's not just some JPEG. What does it actually do? So the more we do that, and the more students we're able to cover, I think the more we're going to be able to do that. And the fact that now the borders are open, we have much more talents coming in from mainland China, from Southeast Asia. Many of them have, especially the last few weeks, have been here in Hong Kong. They can see the vibrancy of what's happening here. They can see the government's intention and aspiration of making this a Web3 hub. That is becoming very attractive. So as long as we're able to give them a favorable environment to set up companies, to get the visa, and to get fundraising in a relatively seamless way, I think that more people are definitely going to come.
Thank you. Thanks. How about Lucy?
Yeah, I think the point with mainland China, I mean, China was kind of the OG crypto hub of the world, right? They drove this technology really into mainstream consciousness. When Bitcoin hit 20K in 2017, that was China, right? So China is an early adopter of the technology. Chinese population, developers, talent when it comes to Web3 is probably some of the best in the world. And the fact that they have not been able to launch startups, trade crypto or invest in crypto, certainly in the last 2 years, but it's been a gray area for much longer than that, is really sort of suppressing enormous potential. And I was just at the Binance conference in Istanbul last week, and there was a KOL, a young mainland Chinese influencer in crypto. And she was talking to some Russian KOLs, and they were like, how's China? And she's like, listen, we're all still trading this stuff. We love it. And I overheard her saying, we're very excited Hong Kong is now embracing it, because for those developers, for those teams that want to explore and build, they now have somewhere in China they can go to do that and get support. So I think that trend is not to be underestimated. I don't think we've seen that fully materialize yet, but I think we can expect over the next few years that's really going to define Hong Kong. And I think that's going to be an incredible boost for Hong Kong, but also for the broader development and build out of the Web3 industry.
I continue to tell my friends in the US, especially ones that are considering leaving because of the regulatory environments, that Hong Kong is the regulatory sandbox for China, right? So you have the talent, you have the projects, but you can launch a token in China, well, you come to Hong Kong. We've got a robust regulatory regime now with retail access, right? So that opens a lot of doors and a lot more applications that people can actually really think about building here.
Yeah, actually, to share more, actually we also got quite a lot of creators in mainland China. They already get started to doing something in not just only in creation, but also in education as well. So I think they are really, really familiar with this area. And then if they're facing any problems, so definitely they will come to Hong Kong and then to get some solutions.
Thank you so much for the insightful sharing. I think we have quite a clear sort of answer to our topic. Could Hong Kong be the next global Web3 hub by now? But any final thoughts on what has to be further enhanced for Hong Kong in order for this to be realized in the foreseeable future? Maybe we start with Lucy. Thanks.
I think, we're in that period of time where there's been amazing announcements, starting with Hong Kong FinTech Week last year. And now everyone's going, okay, Hong Kong has made all these announcements. They've got all this political support. What's the progress? What's happening? How many licenses have been issued? How many crypto businesses around the world are applying for the license? They're looking for those metrics and KPIs to see actually whether a shift in the regulatory framework is leading to a boost in the industry. And what I say to anyone that says, well, have we really seen it pick up? My answer is we're still only a few months in. The regime for crypto exchanges, for virtual asset trading platforms that was announced by the SFC only came into effect on the 1st of June this year. So, if we're looking at Web3 as a multi-decade trend, we're really in the first innings. And I think we're actually very early to provide a framework, and there is going to be a slight lag. So I'm hoping to see more and more. I think there is good traction already, but I think a lot of discussions are being had internally in crypto businesses around the world about that sort of Asia piece of their business and whether Hong Kong is going to be the jurisdiction or is it going to be Singapore. And I think those conversations are still being had, and hopefully Hong Kong is going to win the race on that. And I think, the edge that Hong Kong has is just the unified political support. It's coming from every angle, right, saying that this is something that we wholeheartedly support. So I think, what can we do more of? I think do more of the same. Continue to have very positive messages, and then the talent should follow, the businesses should follow. And we should get a really exciting trading activity. And I'll tell you what's really going to help test Hong Kong's embracing of Web3 is the next crypto bull market, which is probably just around the corner. And the fact that Hong Kong has set itself up to allow retail to access Bitcoin is really ahead of the curve. And when the market starts going up and everyone that you walk along the street is talking about the price of Bitcoin, the fact that in Hong Kong you can access it in a safe, compliant, and legal manner is really going to set Hong Kong apart from other jurisdictions.
Thank you so much.
I'll have a short one. I think we need to start seeing more connectivity from traditional industries into Web3 and vice versa. Right? We cannot continue to operate as if Web3 is over here and then the rest of the world is over here. Right? It cannot happen that way. And Hong Kong needs to continue to develop various different infrastructure and rails that connects the two. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority already mentioned that they are going to be coming up with a stablecoin regulation or consultation pretty soon. I think that's going to be one very clear rail, especially if they start enabling Hong Kong dollar stablecoins to be part of the ecosystem. I think that's going to enable a lot of real-world applications, whether it's payments or remittances, tokenized assets being on RWAs. If you start to have that rail enabled in Hong Kong as well, that will actually bring a lot more interest in Hong Kong, especially given the position around financial services that we have. So that's what I would like to see.
Thank you so much, Dan. How about?
Yeah, I really have a quick one. So. Actually, because Sandbox is already developing quite a lot of use cases in Hong Kong. So coming up, we're also looking forward to see any utility for sand tokens to using maybe some local event in Hong Kong. But actually, there's an event they really consider to use sand token to purchase some soft drink or hot dogs coming up. So this is what we are looking forward for to have some real utility into this local market.
Thank you so much, my friend, for sharing. I also want to echo with Xian's comments. And Cyberport is also working on various projects and initiatives to really connect Web 2 to Web 3 and help on the transition as well. Yeah, thanks everyone today for the conversation. Really insightful, and thanks a lot for listening as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel.
Would everyone please take a group photo before returning to your seats? And thank you so much, Rachel, for being our moderator. Really appreciated that. All right, so after the segment, I know we all know what's coming up. A lot of exciting stuff coming up. Now just make sure we get that perfect picture. It was a true pleasure to have such fruitful discussion from our guests. Thank you so much for sharing with us. right, let's just take one more for security measures. Make sure we have that perfect picture. Thank you so much. Let's give them a big round of applause again. Thank you very much, all. Now it is time to hand the spotlight over to our next group of startups who will showcase their incredible and their groundbreaking projects. Now everyone, let's get ready for another round of the Jumpstarter Global Pitch Competition Top 30 final pitch. But before we start, let me just kind of go through how the final pitch works. The process goes as follows. Now each team will be given 8 minutes on stage. The first 3 minutes is for presenting their innovation and business ideas, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Now, for the judging criteria, there are some key judging criteria to ensure a comprehensive evaluation for all of our startup teams. And please listen up. These are the criteria: innovation and industry disruption, market potential, business model and scalability, traction and further development plan, team background and strength, Hong Kong or Greater Bay Area nexus, including founder background and any GBA plans. Last but not least are the impact on a specific industry or the fulfillment of social responsibility. And not only that, I'm very pleased to introduce the following distinguished panel of judges. And these judges are highly qualified experts in their fields, guaranteeing an objective and insightful evaluation. Everyone, please welcome with me our lead judges. Miss Alice So, Cyberport. Thank you. Miss Amy Fong, Fountain Vest. Thank you for being with us. Mr. Andy Liu, China Resources Enterprise. Mr. Ben Au, AP Family Office. Mr. Ben Wong, New World Development. And we have Mr. Emmanuel Hui, Tiger Jade Pebble Accelerator. Mr. Lawrence Fong, Cathay Pacific Airways. Mr. Patrick Fong, Hong Kong Exchange. Mr. Pubs, Abersari CLP. Mr. Sammy Wong, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. Ms. Shirley Lee from HSBC. Tony Wong from Shopline, and last but not least, we have Winnie Lang from Transcend Capital Partners. We are all very fortunate to have our diverse and esteemed judging panel with a line of industry leaders positioned in close proximity with our stage today, where all of the action is going to happen. Now, everyone, let's join me in welcoming our esteemed panel of judges, because it is definitely a lot of hard work, very intense, lots of brain power needed. So thank you so much. It's just every year I see it, it gets harder and harder because the talents are just so great. Very grateful for your time, very grateful for your dedication and your invaluable insights that will shape our Hong Kong startup ecosystem. Thank you once again. So our first pitch on stage is SenseCity Corporation, an art tech startup. So everyone, please welcome SenseCity, the representative, to come on stage. Please join me. You have 3 minutes. Please jumpstart your dream now.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Good evening, everyone. This is my great pleasure to be here today. In the next 3 minutes, I'm going to show you what does the future of urban living look like. I am Stephen Bai, the co-founder and CEO of SenseCity. At SenseCity, we're unleashing every possibility of public spaces. We're converting all public space assets into an interactive interface to create engagement. We can start by building interactive installations like this one we built for K11 during the Jumpstarter events. Or we can build the Tetra Bin. You guys probably bump into one of our Tetra Bins, but you didn't know we built the Tetra Bin. It's the world's first interactive IoT-enabled trash can. But we're beyond a hardware manufacturing company. We're not a trash can company. We're building an ecosystem to convert the city into your everyday playground for immersive and interactive journeys. Before we get into our innovative products, I want to have a quick recap on the technological industry in the past 30 years. So firstly, we had a platform called a desktop computing platform that completely changed the way we interact with information. Then we had a mobile revolution that revolutionized the way we communicate with each other. But what could be the next thing to truly redesign and redefine the way we interact with our surrounding environment, the way we interact with our built environments. And at Sen City, we believe that's the city platform. Everything within the city, within public spaces, will become information conduits to deliver information. And Sen City is transforming the mundane into revolutionary experiences. We already transformed Sydney, where we were very well known for designing interactive installations like this one. When we observed how people interact with our work, we were inspired by the amount of joy we were able to bring to people. And we want to bring those type of joy to more places, to everywhere. So this is what we built, the Sen City ecosystem. Can we play the video, please? With the Sen City ecosystem, we're building the infrastructure, the very hardcore infrastructure. Can we switch back to the deck, please? To empower the built environments.
They have teams in Australia,
Can we play?
New York,
Can we
Hong
go back
Kong.
to the deck,
Through
please?
its proprietary
The Sen City operating system with the sandboxes is enabling industry verticals to blend art and technology to convert our everyday public space, not just places we pass through, but also destinations where human interactions, art, and technology harmoniously coexist. And I'm calling all the creatives, cities, and communities to join this journey with us to redesign and redefine
Time's
the
up.
future
Please wrap up.
of urban living. And we're the team of some of the best,
Please
team
wrap up
members
in one sentence. Thank you.
graduate from the best universities, and we're here to redefine the future of urban living. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges, please.
Hello, this is Sammy from HKSTB Venture. Do you mind to describe how can you maintain or build a sustainable, revenue model?
Sure. I'm just trying to trying to see where you are. Sorry. Gotcha. So we're not just building another team lab. We're now building projectors with a dark room to have immersive experiences. We've been working super hard to build the infrastructure so other creatives, designers, and communities can contribute to our content platform. Whether they're AI-enabled or Web3 applications, they can all deploy on our Sen City operating system platform. And the business model is very simple. So it's software hardware interplay. We have standardized software SaaS platform. Then we have standardized hardware products. Plus, we can customize hardware for different destinations and special customers. So it's hardware, software interplay, plus a software and content business model. And so when we work with different customers in different industry verticals, we have different modular tech modules catered for different industry verticals. That is very easy to deploy and very easy to being utilized by our customers.
Yes, can you explain who your customers are?
Sure.
I am not sure about your actually revenue model.
Sure. So majority of our customers are commercial and public space owners. For example, shopping centers, airports, municipal destinations, theme parks, shopping plazas, commercial real estate. So any public and commercial spaces owners will be great fit to be our customer, because previously they need to hire ad agencies and design consulting companies to do something similar that we do. But now we utilize standardized software to create this art plus technology plus human interaction experiences. So everything is modular. For example, if they want to have a thumb detection, if they want to have a gesture control, if they want to have something with LiDAR, we have everything, SDK, API, everything built as standardized tech module. And we can easily, like Legos, we just combine different modules together to deliver experiences. and we have a content inventory. It's similar to an iOS, an app store for the city, an app store for the urban platform. So we have about 10,000 different content templates our customer can utilize. So this is helping our customer to be more productive and saving cost and converting cost burden into revenue generation opportunities.
Yeah, well, hello. Here, yeah, we see you that having a worldwide, development, for your business. But how about any future plan or big breakthrough, for your development in Hong Kong and GBA, please?
Yes, definitely. So we started in Sydney. That's where we grew up and where we went to school, and where we work. I used to work for Pixar and Atlassian, so software companies and content designing companies. But I do believe that the Greater Bay Area, including mainland China, Hong Kong, and also surrounding countries, are great landing pad for innovative and art tech experiences, because they have that natural ingredient and natural atmosphere for experimental and experiential technologies and interactions between individuals, communities, governments, and shopping, commercial properties. So we already, working with a few companies and a few municipal destinations in Hong Kong. We're also deploying our interactive games for the Hong Kong bus shelters. And we also built urban installations for the airports, including Hong Kong and Shenzhen Airport. So we do have a plan to have a permanent team, setting up in the Greater Bay Area.
Hi, thanks, City. If I look at it, it's a pretty broad scope in terms of hardware, software, and creatives. So if you were to look at your team's capability, do you see yourself or SenseCity a art first, creative first, software first, or a software first or hardware first company?
Yeah, we're software first
Please
company.
answer in one sentence.
Software hardware interplay is very hard. Hardware company is very hard. I studied architecture and computer science, so we do have this emphasis in embedded technology.
Please
so
wrap up in
we're,
one sentence. Thank you.
Exploring how we embed technology into the surrounding environment. So software first, hardware assist. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, big round of applause again to SenseCity. Thank you. Great, moving on, we have the sustainability startup. Their name is Alibaba Technologies. Please join me on stage and prepare yourself as you have 3 minutes. All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay, jumpstart your dream now.
Hi, this is Nelson from Alibaba Technologies. We hear a lot about climate change these years, but did you wonder how much we lost in the upcoming years? So by 2050, we'll lose up to $23 trillion due to climate change, which means 11% of our earnings from everyone's pocket. So today, we're finding a solution to save that money. Our carbon emission right now is 37 gigatons, but our natural carbon capture is only 1 gigaton. So we increase our CO2 level in the atmosphere until we reach 421 ppm, which means 1,000 gigatons of CO2. There are some carbon reduction technologies right now to help us achieve carbon neutral. But we need another type of technology, carbon sequestration, to lower the carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere. What we propose today is to fight natural disaster with the power of nature itself, using microalgae. Second, we have to do more than achieving carbon neutral. We have to do carbon sequestration. Third, we have to reduce the carbon dioxide level to pre-industrial revolution level. Only by then, we can reverse climate change. This is our nanobubble algae reactor. Using our nanobubble technology, we can increase the diffusion rates of carbon dioxide from the air to our microalgae. Among 75,000 microalgae species, we picked the most efficient one, and we further enhanced it using our mutation technology to create a mutant. But producing the mutant is not easy, so we have our media formulation to lower the cost of production. Third, we have our outdoor photobioreactor system to reduce the amounts of electricity that we use. Each reactor can capture up to 75 kg of CO2 every year using only 1 meter square of space. So when we scale it up, we only need 0.58% of the Sahara Desert to offset the global carbon emission. This is also a sustainable business model, not only creating carbon credits, but also generates some microalgae byproducts. Compared to other carbon capture solutions, we are more efficient, fully sustainable, quantifiable, low in cost, and scalable. Our main market will be the EU emission trade system. By year 2030, most companies will have to reduce their carbon footprint by 55%. By then, there will be a great demand of carbon credits. That's why it's increasing until 1,500 million. In our team, it's hard to bring the microalgae from the laboratory to the outdoor production. But this team always uses our scientific thinking to solve problems efficiently. It is our honor to receive some fundings and awards. We kickstarted our small-scale production early this year. Now we're waiting for a third-party verification to launch our carbon credits. Our main goal is to turn the $23 trillion into
Time's
revenue.
up. Please wrap up in one sentence.
And we would like to have your support to develop the green future. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, please.
Hi, Pubs here from CLP. How much do you sell your carbon credits for, and what's the traction been so far?
For now, we're still waiting for the verification, but we're planning to put it on the ETS system. So it would depend on the region. Now, for example, countries like Switzerland, EU, or Switzerland, they will have a cost of around 100 USD per ton of CO2. So we will adjust according to that region.
Hi, my name is Tony from Shopline. So you said $100 per carbon credit, or
Yes.
But how does that compare in terms of like other competitors? Like if I were to alternatively use other ways to generate the carbon credit, how do you compare that?
For now, we know the carbon capturing method is actually quite costly. So we are already much lower than the normal rate. So for now, around maybe 120 to 200 US dollar per ton, but we can reduce that quite a lot.
This is Shirley from HSBC. As a banker, probably not tech savvy to understand a lot of the technical detail that you mentioned, but just wonder whether those results that you presented here, whether that has been verified by other labs or other third-party organizations, etc.
Yes, that is really important. That's why we are waiting for CMA right now for our verification in Hong Kong. So we should be able to get our certificate by this month. And we are also seeking for gold standard for the EU system.
So can I ask a follow-on question for the data? For the certification, is that a certification to verify the data that you put up on the PowerPoint presentation, or is it just a pure certification?
Yeah, pure certification, yeah.
Hi, this is Lawrence Fong from Cathay Pacific. Just wondering, it seems like you have to grow your, plant or like a plantation. So how scalable is it going to be? How fast you can grow your product to capture the market?
Yeah, so for normal algae growth, it takes around 7 to 14 days, but we reduce the cycle into 4 days. So every 4 days, we can harvest the algae.
So would it be affected by weather or whatsoever? The climate. You can't really grow your product.
Yes, it depends on the temperature a lot. So for our expanding plan, we also choose places like Pakistan, Malaysia, and the Great Bay Area with a quite standard temperature without a lot of fluctuation for the production. Yes.
Hi, Emmanuel from Tiger Jade. What's the mutation, and have you patented this vector?
We are doing the patent application right now. The mutants is when we pick the species with the most efficient one, we found it is still not enough to capture when we scale it up. That's why we do our mutation technology to make a mutant that can capture even more than its normal strength. So we're not really afraid of people stealing the mutant because this is what we created. So it's in our hand.
I mean, I'll go deeper. CRISPR, AAV, mRNA. How are you transfecting?
We're doing natural mutation instead of CRISPR. So we're not doing genetic engineering. We're doing genetic screening. So we make sure nothing goes really wrong. We are not building monsters. So that's what we're doing here.
Hi, this is Amy from Fountain Vest. So what would be the limitations? What would constrain the supply of this algae growth in order for you to be able to provide that credit?
Actually, quite a lot. They're quite sensitive to the environment, especially for the nutrients. That's why we also have our formulation of our media to make sure it is in the optimum environment for their growth. Yeah.
So does that mean that you must secure the right locations in order for you to grow the algae? You mentioned Pakistan, for example. This is not the most stable country to have businesses. So I'm just wondering, how do you ensure that you have the right locations for this?
For the location, we mainly focus on the temperature. So if it's in the middle of the earth, we think it is possible to do. But of course, if you're saying like political or how safe it is, we have our partners in Pakistan or Malaysia. That's why we choose the places.
Please wrap up.
Thank you.
You can wrap up in 1 sentence.
Yeah, I think I.
Oh, you did. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and so that was the end of the second team. Now the third team is called Algro Biotech, and they are from the biotech and life science industry. So everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome them. Just a kind reminder, keep your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth so we can hear you nice and clearly. You have 3 minutes. Jumpstart your dreams now.
In music, Allegro means fast. But for us, we grow sell fast. My name is Melody. I'm the co-founder and chief scientific officer of Allegro Biotech. Many traditional cancer treatments like surgery, chemo, and radiotherapies are not long-lasting. Cancer always comes back. But do you know what lasts long in our body? Our immune cells and memory. The cell therapy harnesses this power to fight cancer. So many good news. With 1 injection, 1 month, the skin tumor shrank to almost nothing, and 11 years, this young lady has been freed from blood cancer. But only one bad news. This miraculous drug is not for everyone, because 1.5 million Hong Kong dollar for 1 injection, and 20 days is how long it takes to wait for the cure. The reality is this: the whole process of turning the patient immune cells into personalized medicine is very cost inefficient, results inconsistent, and very difficult to scale up. Allegro, we have a simple mission. We go sell fast by simplifying the process. Introducing our product AIM-Gel. In this one small tiny bottle, there are 500 million AIM-Gel particles that can grow billions of patients' immune cells to fight cancer. We can simplify the multiple manufacturing process into one, and that means we can reduce the cost by half, saving the time from 3 weeks down to less than 10 days, and make cell therapy accessible to more patients. Our competitive advantages are the assurance of good cell quality, ease of use, and customizability. And our key differentiation point is rapid innovation. Within a short 1 year, we have a lot of product pipelines lining up for the patients. But our first target market is the CAR-T, led by the giant pharma and biotech, because it gives us a bigger ground to validate our product and establish our market. We run the B2B to C model. We give them the secret spice, AIM-Gel, for them to cook the dish, grow the cells, and together we give you a good quality cell product. We now have potential users and collaborators from all over the world. We basically serve all the cell producers across the different industry. Meet the team that makes everything possible. We have been working together for more than 5 years. We now have 3 filed patents, publications, and awards. And today, we call for your support to help us to jumpstart our journey, to help us to push forward our product pipelines, because for many years, cancer has claimed enough lives. But we believe with the power of AIM-Gel and the promise of cell therapy, we can finally finish cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, please.
Hello, this is Sammy from HKSP Venture. I just noticed that you mentioned you can have a cost reduction of close to 50%. I think quite exciting for that. Do you mind to elaborate more on that?
Yeah, we achieve that by reducing the complexity of the process, shorten the time, so most of time will be culturing the cells in the lab, a team growing the cells. So we cut the time means cut the cost.
All the chemical labor time can be saved, right?
For example, if they need to grow the cells for 20 days, if we cut to 10 days, that means half of the time and even more cost can cut by saving the time.
I think it would be helpful for the panel to understand how that works, the mechanism of action, just a little bit, about how the Angel actually allows this whole thing to be sped up and cheaper.
Right. Thank you. So for the immune cells, their culture require different kinds of signals from the body. So once taken out to the lab, to the bioreactors, they lack those signals. So we're making this secret spice to give these cells the most original the signal they need. So once they get the signal, get the information, so they can be activated, then grow happily. That's the basic mechanism.
Hi, Patrick here. For those of us, I'm not from a biotechnical background, but then by shortening the time to grow, is there any side effects from that shortening itself?
Right. So the common understanding in the field is shorter the time, the better, not only saving the time and cost, also maintain the cell at a younger state. So once infused back to the body, they are more powerful, they are more long-lasting.
I'm not hearing any limitation from that aspect. Given that, is it possible to shorten it further to 20% of the time then?
We think there are other companies try to work on that direction, but it's not our direction because it's totally another approach. That means basically not growing the cells, just to supercharge the cell a bit, then directly inject to the patients without growing. That's one possible way, but we are choosing another direction. That means grow the cells to more and more powerful before injecting.
So earlier you mentioned the original method costs about 1.5 million, right? So with your technology, so you have the amount of time. Is that 750,000? Is that how you see the cost, or what would be the cost?
We hope that can be a true story, but it cannot because we are supplying one material in the entire supply chain. So the final cost will also depending on other factors. We cannot have a total control of the cost on the final cell product.
Yes, so how much are you impacting the ultimate cost then?
We try to make the process shorter, simpler, so that we think when more biotechs, pharmaceutical companies, they can come to the field. So the power of this invisible hand can help the global to work together to reduce the cost altogether. So we want to contribute to this mission.
Can you provide your team's background and expertise in this technology sector?
Yeah, we are both graduated PhD from the bioengineering from the HKUST. We have other members. Also, the very senior researcher, Farisa, and Joel is our global clients lead. So we four together have been working together for 5 years. We also have the advisors on board. Professor Yin Chao is a very senior lead in this drug delivery field. So basically the whole team, although have other business advisors. So the team is very strong in R&D. Yeah, so that's our nature.
So do you have any university or the lab to support you behind?
Yes. We are spin-off from HKUST, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And our expertise is in drug delivery and biomaterial technologies. Thank you.
Any last questions? All right. That's it. Thank you very much. Big round of applause again. All right, moving on. Team 4, we have the art tech startup, Film Place HQ Private Limited. Please do join me on stage. And as you probably know, you have 3 minutes. Please, jumpstart your dreams.
Hi everyone, my name is Lincoln and I'm the founder and CEO of Film Place. At Film Place, we are creating new opportunities for brands and creators. So the creative industry is pretty much disorganized, and Film Place is the only global platform that puts everything together. While 56% of the global company actually agree that producing global content over the next 2 years is going to be their key revenue driver, but only 5% know how to do it effectively. That literally means more than 186 million companies is actually missing out, and Film Place can be that key driver. However, creating global content typically has its own sets of problems. It's usually expensive. There is a language barrier. It's hard to get support from local producers, which is why Film Place is able to come in to get the job done hassle-free, while allowing us to become also the full-fledged content creator platform, allowing brands and creators to search for film locations, secure product placement for local and international brands, hire cast and creative talent, and essentially allowing us to become the content creator-centric hub. That also enables us to essentially create a tech-enabled flywheel for brands, production company, talent, and even the venue owner, where essentially one single project can benefit 4 different parties through the ecosystem that we build. So today we have more than 7,000 brands that we are currently working with from over 50 countries, from all kinds of industries, and we have even partnered with different kinds of governments, such as like the Korean government, to really help them with their economic growth within the creators' economy. And behind Film Place, together we have more than 40 years of experience combined, with some of us working for some of the best companies like Garena, DMG Entertainment, Sony, where we believe we have the right expertise to help bring our vision to life. And our main customers are the brand and creator looking to do mid to large scale projects, currently focusing on 5 main markets: Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, and India. And this gives us an initial market opportunity of about $2.4 billion. And if you do not believe me, Netflix has recently also announced they are planning to spend about $2.5 billion over the next 4 years in just Korean content. That's how big of the opportunity we are actually going towards this creators economy. And we make money by taking a commission as well as a subscription. And last year we made 200,000. This year we already generate 1.3, and next year we're looking between 5 to 10 million. And currently we are now seed round looking to raise $1 million, really to help grow and scale. And Film Place is never going to stop here as just being a platform. We actually plan to become the market leader in the creators economy, where we can actually build a network of creators, brands, all coming together to collaborate, work on projects together, and eventually not being limited by geographic boundaries. And that's where Film Place is able to create new opportunities for brands and creators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Amy from Found Invest. What's your Hong Kong GBA angle?
I think really what we are building here is really removing that geographic boundaries. So essentially, we are able to actually bring, like for instance, global content to Hong Kong and vice versa, Hong Kong content to the rest of the world.
This is Shirley from HSBC. How do you see that the AI would affect the creator and ultimately your business as well?
Exactly why we have tapped onto AI as well, where it actually enables us to help the creators and brands to essentially go straight to what they are looking for, where it actually sped up the whole process. So if I were to go back to my earlier screen, you realize that actually Film Place actually help to speed up the process, where the typical time takes about 4 weeks. We are able to get it done in a matter of minutes. That's how quick things can get with our platform.
Hi, who was your biggest customer this past year? How did you 5x your revenue in 1 year? Yeah.
Yes, so recently we started off doing a few things, like, as you can see, the product placement and the talents. So essentially what we do is, I believe everyone here heard of Running Man. So we actually managed to bring Running Man into Singapore. It just went up the news this morning, actually. So what happened is we are able to collaborate. We work with the local brands in Singapore where they are able to showcase their product and services onto these global content, such as like Running Man. And what we do is the production company, of course, they're happy because they finally can make money from all these global brands, have opportunity. We take a commission from there. And then we are able to then get the Running Man team to then hire FilmPlay's talent and FilmPlay's location, which essentially allowing us to build that whole ecosystem that what I have been talking about.
Hi, Tony from Shopline here. Just wondering, like, what makes the customer come back and what makes it that you can retain the customer business instead of the studio trying to build their own team on their own if you're taking that much commission?
I think it's really about what the ecosystem that we have been trying to do here. So as you can see, we're not just a location platform. Being just a location platform, yes, of course, people want to try to bypass to sort of like save that money. Of course, behind that, we do have technology such as automated contract, guaranteed payment, insurance. We have all these things in place. But on top of that, what we really and truly have is the whole ecosystem within the creators and creative economy, where the brands, the creators, the talent, the venue owners, they all come together to essentially serve each other. So we built this whole wide verse of network that give them this opportunity.
Thanks. A question. Who are your competitors and what is their revenue model versus yours? You mentioned your commission is 22%. And how does it differ?
So our closest competition would be your typical ads agency out there. A very traditional ads agency, as you know, you go to them and you want to do a commercial. Upfront, they will let you know minimally, to do a campaign, we charge $1 million, right? If you don't do that, then you have to work with someone else or you have to find a way to do it. So they're very expensive. Whereas in FilmPlays, everything is just upfront for you to be able to choose and select and pick from the model. So essentially, you have the capacity to go based on your own budget, based on your own requirement.
How is that, second question, how does that differ from matching freelance filmmakers with the suppliers itself, or the demand itself?
So essentially, our platform has the freelancers as well. So freelancers themselves, as well as the venue owners, they can be listed onto the platform on their own accord, where then like the brands, the advertisers, the sponsors, the production company can come onto the platform to then actually hire these people. So essentially, coming back to the same thing, we built the ecosystem for the creative industry.
Hi, just a quick question. Can you talk a little bit about your go-to-market strategy and how do you scale?
Of course. So that's a very typical questions that I get. So essentially, I think what we are able to build is we actually can work with a lot of different big MNC, global brands, where they actually have the opportunity to secure all kinds of content, and it's always changing, so there's never like a repeatable model. Sorry,
All right, time's up. Please wrap up in one sentence.
Okay, so there is never sort of like a model, a content that is going to be the same. So there will always be getting all kinds of different contents across the world. And that is why people are always coming back to us to actually get new content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause again. Thank you. Right. Group number 5 is Astra Optics is our next team. It looks like they're getting ready. Coming from the industry 4.0. Yeah,
Thank
3
you.
minutes. Jumpstart your dreams, please.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Charu. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Astra Optics Limited. We are commercializing a groundbreaking 3D nanofabrication technology. Take the Eiffel Tower. It's a very complex structure with over 20,000 parts. At that time, it took them over 2 years to make it. We can make this the size of a human hair with parts that are 1,000 times smaller than a human hair. And very precise, very complex parts, and we can do it very fast. So the current 3D nanofabrication technology is very slow. It's like printing 1,000 pages with a dot matrix printer. I don't know if anybody even knows a dot matrix printer. We are the laser printer. We are just better in every possible dimension. And we are the technology of the future. That's what's needed in the industry right now. This technology was developed by Professor Shichi Chen. He's my old friend from MIT. He's developed it here in Hong Kong. It's over 10 years of research, 6th generation technology, over 6 patents. And as I said, this technology is not only faster, more precise, lower cost, and even adds material variety. We can print with semiconductors, metals, polymers, biomaterials, you name it. This is like ChatGPT for nanofabrication. We can build lots of applications on top of it. For example, we can make all these bulky optics very small for cell phones, AR headsets. We can also make anti-counterfeit technology for finance, for luxury goods. We can mass produce it. And this can also unlock lots of technology for the future, for healthcare. Imagine a micro robot going and removing blood clots in your brain. So the possibilities are great. We still need a year or two of technology development to customize it. We have lots of traction from suppliers to Apple, Xiaomi, BYD to mass produce things for them. In terms of fundraising, we have a term sheet for seed funding. We are selected for Race Plus, which is a big funding by CUHK, and we're likely to get it from the Hong Kong government as well. Recently, we won the ATEC startup competition, so lots of investors are also talking to us. And in terms of the team, we have Shichi himself, we have a great CTO, we have other experts in optics, precision engineering, material science, and I have a lot of experience with startups, hardware, software, as well as manufacturing, and I can really scale the company. I know how to bring products to market. So we are very excited to bring this technology of the future to the world now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges, please.
This is Shirley from HSBC. I was just wondering, are you guys owning the patents, or is that the patents still held by a professor and you guys are just using?
The patents are owned by CUHK. We license them. We have a non-exclusive license now, but we can also get an exclusive license for the patents. Yeah.
Hi, Emmanuel from Tiger Trade. So the innovation is in the laser nanopore, or is it in the nanomaterials themselves?
The innovation is in optics, precision engineering, as well as material science. So it's a combination of all those three things. Yeah.
Then you are patenting a method of making something, or are you like? Well, what is the protected entity? What is the protected asset here?
It's the know-how.
Yeah.
So it's based on over 10 years of research. Let's say $20 million every year. So, I mean, it's very difficult to use all these lasers and stages and digital micromirror devices to do what we do. So that's the know-how is really the how to do it is really the technology.
Then what's the first use case of your know-how that you're planning to roll out?
So it's going to be these flat optics and also holograms for anti-counterfeit technology. I can show you some samples like this one. I can pass it around maybe. Actually, you can take a look. So this is like, it's composed of nanostructures which cannot be easily replicated. So I think it can add a lot of value to luxury goods, even security, finance, like banknotes, so on. Yeah. And the market is actually very big because, too many applications for the future.
Well, what are the current limitations of, you mentioned there is still way to go in terms of funding to get it to production. What is the current limitation that it is? And how does it differ from similar technologies, which is, what are the closest nanotechnology?
So currently this is developed from a research lab. So let me just go ahead. Yeah, so we have to optimize and stabilize the technology to increase the yield and make it really, suitable for industrial applications. So the challenge is to optimize it. I don't think it's a limitation, but it's just a matter of time. It's an engineering problem. And these are some of the competitors. So Nanoscribe is the biggest one. They're not really competitors because they are limited by the speed and the precision. So usually their markets are only academic markets. They cannot scale to industrial production, mass production. Other companies can they're faster, but then they're not as precise. They're maybe 100 times worse. So we are the only ones who can do both precision as well as speed at low cost. So it's quite unique.
Is the intention to license the technology, or is it build the hardware, or to provide this as a service?
So we will mass produce parts directly. So it's going to be more like a service or actually just production. Yeah.
Any other questions by our judges?
Hi, just want to ask that you mentioned that know-how is your competitive edge, right? But how can you make sure that with your know-how you can have a scalable business model, means that you have very efficient and productive ways to serve your customers, say your demand proven to be huge in the future? Thanks.
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Can you explain?
Means know-how sometimes it is how to say it is hard to do some mass production or something because you need more tailor-made or customized things. So how can you make your productivity high, that you make your cost low, and to serve the customer demand?
So we are already optimizing our technology for one application at a time. So I mentioned, we start with these flat optics or flat anti-counterfeit technology, and then build a mass production system on top of that. So that's where we need some work, engineering work, and then to set up our processes, really control the processes to make sure we have high yield for industrial production.
What do you see are the risks for you going forward? You have a technology, you need to develop markets, and there are potentially many applications. What are the major risks in terms of your next phase of growth?
I guess supply chain is the main risk because of geopolitics.
Wrap up in one sentence.
Sure. So we are addressing that by developing local suppliers in mainland China or in this region, so that we don't have to depend on international or Western companies to provide us some of the key parts.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, our next team is Wahoo Mobility, who is working on sustainability. Representative of Wahoo Mobility, please join me on stage. As you probably know, you have 3 minutes. Welcome. Jumpstart your dreams now.
We are Wahoo, and we are on a mission to transition the world to sustainable fleets, starting from last mile Africa. And essentially, according to a recent study by the MasterCard Foundation, there will be more than 80 million delivery riders like Levi here in Africa by 2030. And although they're the heroes of the e-commerce market, they're also the most disenfranchised. People like Levi here cannot access electric vehicles because there aren't electric vehicles that have been designed for Africa. He can't access basic financial services because there is no footprint of him being able to be banked. He can't access a consistent pipeline of delivery jobs or even things like insurance because there is no digital footprint for his ecosystem. So essentially, at Wahoo, we decided to do two things. We designed a connected electric bike for African markets, and then we connected it to an app platform that allows us to offer both jobs and services to delivery riders across the continent. Essentially, what it has allowed us to do is create a connected community of resilient and sustainable delivery riders that allows us to offer e-fleets as a service to the mobility marketplaces such as Uber and Bolt as they scale. It also allows us to support delivery riders to become more resilient. With Wahoo, a delivery rider can subscribe to own an e-bike, get insured, access jobs, access maintenance services, get trained, and earn loyalty points for making the transition to sustainable mobility. We earn revenue in 4 main ways. Firstly, through direct sales of the bike on our platform. Secondly, we earn brokerage on deliveries fulfilled by our e-fleet. Thirdly, we earn brokerage on services distributed via our platform, like insurance. And finally, we are leveraging telematic data to essentially sell carbon credits on compliance markets. And we already have a buyer in the form of the Swiss government. Our traction to date, we went live in February this year, and we've already generated $400,000 of revenue. We are now operating in 2 African countries, but also, just as importantly, we've increased the earnings of riders by 3x. We've also offset more than 15,000 tons of carbon, avoided 15,000 tons of carbon using our bikes instead of petrol bikes in the market, and created hundreds of sustainable jobs. Hong Kong is a big market for us, particularly for supply chain partners as we set up our factory space, and also for talent access to engineers. To conclude, my name is Valerie Labby. I'm the co-founder and CEO.
Please wrap up.
And we have a really talented team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And judges, please proceed with your questions. Can I please get the microphone? Thank you.
Hi. Do you operate a charging infrastructure for e-bikes?
So we don't operate a charging infrastructure, but the bike that we designed essentially has 2 swappable batteries. So you can take the battery off the bike. And one of the USPs that we have is we actually designed our bike with the principle that as long as you can charge your mobile phone or your laptop, you can take the battery off the bike and charge at home through a normal 3-pin, which is really important, particularly in African markets where we don't have as much infrastructure.
What's the time for a full charge?
It takes about 4 hours for a full charge, but the range with 2 batteries gives you a 140-kilometer range, which means our delivery riders charge at night, and they can do a whole day's worth of deliveries and get home without having to charge again in town.
Can you describe how is your maintenance services?
So through our app platform, what we have been doing is aggregating a network of local bicycle repairers, and they can also access content on our app platform to be able to support them on how to support our EV. So the important thing for us was by connecting the vehicle and the rider to our app, they can actually navigate to maintenance repairers in the communities and the cities that they operate without having to be dependent on us.
So in that way, how many labor force you need to support that?
So we have 30 people in our team, and we have the rest as riders as our customers. But really the important thing for us is to connect the riders to existing ecosystems. So as we scale, an example, we are in Accra now. We're just aggregating a network of maintenance providers. When we entered Lomé, which is Togo next door, we did the same.
Valerie, I think I saw you at the start of the year. Congrats on the growth.
Thank you.
Could I ask you around the commercials with the e-commerce companies? Who takes the risks?
So essentially, it's two-way in terms of our marketplace. So they aggregate vendors and get delivery. We give them riders, sign-on riders onto the platform, and then we essentially get brokerage. So the risk of repayment of the asset is on us, but we've also realized as long as we can make sure that we changed the e-bike into a revenue-generating asset, we have a proof point of how many deliveries we need to give to a rider to ensure that they can comfortably repay back the cost of the bike.
Valerie, thanks. I think this is a great global supply chain example. Yeah. Based on the current business that you have, how much of those actually being supplied from GBA or Hong Kong as a supply that you just mentioned as a benefit? Yeah, so it took us about 2 years to tailor the design, but the majority of our value chain currently does come from this area. It comes from mainland China, and we're looking to diversify that supply a little bit. We do know that we can localize certain components like the frame and the seat over time, but we want to be working with partners, particularly on the battery technology, to try and drive affordability of the vehicle as much as possible.
When your business model become more mature, do you imagine what's the percentage of the direct sales on vehicle and how much of that would be brokerage? And second question is, you did mention that they have no access to the banking system. Are you also through your app that you're trying to providing some of the financing capability, not necessarily financing, but banking services convenience to these drivers?
Yeah, so at the moment, what we've been focusing on has been creating almost like a digital footprint for the rider so that they are bankable. Essentially, we have data on their earnings, we have data on them paying off a fixed asset, and then we also have data on how they ride with telematic data. So an example, we've been partnering with financial service providers like the insurance companies to actually co-create insurance for this ecosystem based on their risk profile. We can do the same with traditional banks or financial service providers to be able to broaden access to financial service products. But the real challenge in our markets has been traditional banks see this cohort of delivery riders as too risky to lend to. So by creating this digital footprint, we're now bringing visibility and kind of creating a whole new market ecosystem for them.
So at the moment, any other competitors in the market, and what's your biggest challenge in the operation?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So when you look at the African continent, you would
Please
see
wrap up in one sentence.
that most e-mobility companies are in East Africa, and they're focusing on motorcycles that need complicated infrastructure. They're also not connected, so they're not looking at the rider themselves. Most of them just focus on the vehicle. So I think we are unique. We have a first mover advantage. We're the very first complete knockdown factory in West Africa as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. The last startup to present their innovation today is a sustainability-focused company. They're called The Reed. Please board the stage and join me as you have 3 minutes. All right. Looks like we're good. All right. Please jumpstart your dream.
Good evening. We are a company who is making the future of cosmetics. If you see the global cosmetics products in the market, then you can see the problem. The problem that we clearly see is cosmetics product development has stagnated. So, for example, if you see that Estee Lauder product, that image is from 1982. It has been already 40 years. And our question is how much these kinds of products have developed. So that we see from this problem, but at the same time, we see the big opportunity in the global market because it's the same story. So our business is simple and sharp. We make a creative product and we supply it to clients. So I will show you a few of our products. This is a hand wash. So this little thing, if you put this into water, and then it turns into foam hand soap. And you can wash your hands just in 10 minutes. And we are changing that kind of liquid mouthwash to powder. So we already have a prototype, and the feeling of use this product is really similar to the #1 product in Korea. And this product is a face foam cleanser, and the using system is the same. And it's already super eco-friendly. This is super good for our environment, especially electricity, carbon, or energy, or space, like that. And our factory is located in right next to Seoul, Korea, and we got awards from prime ministers, Seoul city mayors, and etc. So we believe we can make the real impact to the especially beauty industry, and we believe we can make the bigger and make the real future with our promising partners. That's why we are here. So we seek for the funny and creative things. We look forward to it. So that's why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, please.
Hi, I'd like to know more about the environmental impact. It seems like you're reducing a lot of packaging. It seems to be,
Yes.
like positive environmental impact. Have you measured that? Have you quantified that in some way?
Yes, we already tested last year, and we could see the figure about the waste disposal reduction and carbon reduction, and especially for the hand wash product, we could reduce 99.8% of water uses. So these things are, but we don't work for, and we don't develop unique products for sustainability. For our perspective, sustainability is the secondary effect. The main core is the global market. We see the global market. That's our interest.
Yeah, thank you. Can you explain a little bit about your model? Are you working for other larger cosmetics company and just bring in a new way of manufacturing their product? It's essentially the same product, it's a mouthwash, but you create a different kind of presentation that makes it more interesting. Or is that the concept?
No. We are actually. The prototype samples actually is in hotel right here in the city. I brought it, and I brought 11 samples, but I didn't expect so many judges are here, so I couldn't give you. And then we, of course, in the future, we look forward to working for a global company, because this year, Coty, world 10th ranked beauty company, and Amore Pacific and LG. They contacted us, so R&D center. So they are curious how we develop our skills like this. So maybe we expect, maybe in the future, 5 years later or 7 years, I think we could have a chance to work for a global company.
I'm just wondering. I mean, it's not just for cosmetic, right? I mean, you can turn something into a different,
yes,
I don't know,
it's true.
presentation, or it's the technology and the solution in manufacturing, right?
Yeah, perfect. Yes, it's true. And so right now, this month we got 3 new orders from each different clients, and it's unique and funny. Fecal, so human waste. Stimulation prototype development. We are doing it right now. And then fly repellent prototype development. We are doing it right now. So like you said, so we are doing this kind of fun and creative things that we are doing right now. And I think, I don't know why our clients ask like those kind of subject to us, but we like it. We really like it.
But sorry, follow-up question. So I guess there's also a change in the customer experience, right? Because they used to use mouthwash, right? That's the way they consume the product. But if you use it, turn it into powder. So there's a need of a change management education to the customer, right? Because it fundamentally changed the experience.
Yes. It's very important to because one of our tasks should be our product should be easy, very easy for our clients to approach the market or end users. So I think this is one of our procedures that we make the finished and perfect items in the end. So I think it's one of progress. We are in the middle of progress.
Thanks, Mr. Lee. I'm probably confused. I need to understand a little bit more. Is the company a innovation manufacturing product development company, or you are actually manufacturing it? Are you consultancy in terms of, from a production line perspective, this is how you can be innovative and create new products, providing the consultancy, or you are actually a manufacturing?
I get it. So our business model is cosmetics manufacturer. So that's what we do. So we are certified by ISO.
Then leads to my second question.
Yes.
Currently in Korea, have you already launched the product?
These products, we are looking for a new client. The other products we have.
So the third question is probably in Korea. How are you ranked in terms of market size, since you're already active in Korea?
Yes.
Please wrap up in one sentence.
Okay,
Thank you.
so our main target for hand wash product is aiming Japan companies. So we are discussing it right now. So for the new lineup, for a fashionable beauty brand, and we are discussing it now. And our first target is Japan, and second target is other well-developed countries. So like it could be the U.S. market
Sorry,
or
you have
Germany
to wrap
market.
up in one
Yes,
sentence.
like that. Oh, sorry. Yes.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lots of hard work to be done by our judges, but before we wrap up for tonight, can I please invite all of our judges to join us on stage for a group photo before we call it a night? Everyone, please join us on stage. Judges, all of our guests that's on the first row, please join us for this photo. Thank you so much. Lots of deliberation needed by our judges. Great presentations. Thank you. All right, everyone, please board the stage. Please join me here and take a group photo together. Follow the instructions of the photographer. Thank you. All right. Yeah, it's judges and everyone in the first row. Team B is for the second photo. This is the judges and everyone in the first row. All right. All right. And everyone that has been pitching in the Team B, please get ready for the second photo. Thank you. And judges, please remain on stage. Can I please get everyone on Team B to be on stage with the judges? Everyone that has been pitching on Team B. And all our guests that was in the front row, if you're not part of the Team B, you can be seated right now. Thank you. All right. Everyone in Team B, please find a spot on stage. You can actually move towards my side right here. You can take up some of the space here. Thank you. All right. Everyone, please hold your smiles. Get ready. Wonderful. Please hold it. Hold your smiles. You're doing great. Awesome. Thank you so much. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. And thank you to all of our judges for your hard work. Thank you for being part of today's incredible event. We hope you enjoyed the Jumpstarter Top 30 Teams pitches, and we can't wait to see what they have in hand for us tomorrow. Then we'll know who the winners are. But that's not all. Tomorrow, get ready to be blown away by our star speaker lineup, who will share their invaluable insights and knowledge. Also, don't miss the dynamic robot parade tomorrow at Piazza B. If you want more tech and startup experiences right now, we've got you covered. Everyone visit K11 Musea to experience our interactive future museum and immerse yourself in the innovation and entrepreneurship. In addition, we have a visually stunning digital art tech park in front of the clock tower, which is visually stunning and a great photo opportunity. Please do check out all the necessary info that is at www.jumpstarter.hk. Thank you so much for joining us today. And once more, we hope you enjoy everything and leave feeling inspired and excited about the future. Everybody, see you tomorrow for more exciting pitches and more memorable moments. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.